Good morning all. Welcome to the Ordinary Meeting of Council, Wednesday 28th of April 2021. Now declare the meeting open at 9 a.m. sharp. Welcome to councillors, staff, to Pastor Andrew. Thank you for joining us today, and to the deputation, members of our deputation group. Thank you. So first of all, councillors, I don't believe we have any requests for leave of absence or apologies, so we'll progress on to item 3, and it's my pleasure to invite Pastor Andrew from the Presbyterian Church to conduct the opening prayers. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Oh, you can come up, Andrew, sorry. Up to the lectern, yes, please. My apologies, Andrew. This is your first time, so
it's
yes.
actually my second.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. But I think we'd just come out of COVID lockdowns when I had the first time, so in that regard, it was a bit memorable. There we are. Well, prayer often grants us an opportunity for a very brief teaching moment. So if I use the word hypocrite, understand that the Greek word in the Greek New Testament, the Greek word hypocrite is simply the word for an actor. Did you know that? It's just the simple word for actor. So hear what Jesus says to us about prayer and the word actor. And when you pray, don't be like the actors, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by other people. Truly, I tell you, they've already received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, pray to your heavenly Father who is unseen. This is how you should pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our debts as we forgive those who have debts against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. Heavenly Father, we understand that the role of leadership is not easy, as doing the work of adding to the commonwealth of your people is often fraught with difficulties and conflict. It often comes with great differences of opinion. May our leaders here today be beacons of goodness to guide our community by their good example in their speech and way of conduct. Protect us all from being actors. So give these council members a double portion of your Holy Spirit, that they might be of one mind on the things of great importance, and on the matters of difference, grant grace and goodwill on the things of lesser concern. We ask for the protection of our community from sickness in these strange times, and especially for these leaders in this time of world turmoil. Grant that as a nation of plenty, we might remain generous to those around about us. We thank you for the privilege that it is to serve in the safety and the natural beauty of the South Burnett, and ask that we would never take these things for granted. We pray these things in and through the name of this world's only hope and saviour. In Jesus' name we pray these things. Amen. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Pastor Andrew. It's wonderful to have you with us today. And we know you have a busy day, so you're quite welcome to stay. However, we'll understand if you have to leave. Yes, thank you and God bless. Now call on Councillor Duff as our Indigenous Affairs portfolio holder to conduct the recognition of our traditional owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, and the traditional owners, the Waka Waka people, and acknowledge the elders, both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, item 5 on the agenda is opportunity to provide any declarations of interest, be it declarable or prescribed under the legislation. You have the agenda in front of you. Does any councillor wish to disclose a conflict of interest? Councillor Henson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, in relation to 6.2 on the agenda, I'd like to inform the chambers that I have a declaration of interest there, that is in fact a petition against myself, and I'm happy to acknowledge the fact that where this meeting's being held, I will leave the room while that has been decided on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Could it please be noted that Councillor Henson has declared a conflict of interest in relation to 6.2 and will leave the room and stay away until the matter is resolved. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Shoemaker, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 8.1, alleged inappropriate councillor conduct, complaint, investigation and recommendation. The nature of my declarable conflict of interest is that I am the councillor, the subject of the investigation. Having regard to the nature of my declarable conflict of interest, I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. I'd also like to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 9.8, release of restricted cash developer contributions. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I live in the estate and have purchased vacant land from the developer. I propose to leave and stay away from the meeting where the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. And I'd also like to declare a conflict of interest in relation to item 14.3, licence agreement between South Burnett Regional Council and Department of Education, Proston State School and Blackbutt State School pools for the utilisation of the Proston and Blackbutt swimming pools. This declarable conflict of interest arises because my sister-in-law is a swimming instructor and works at the Blackbutt swimming pool. So I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. We'll have that noted in the minutes that Councillor Shoemaker has disclosed a conflict of interest in relation to items 8.1, 9.8 and 14.3 and has declared that she will leave the room and stay away until such time as the matter is resolved. Okay, councillors, if there's no further conflict of interest declarations, then we'll move on to item 6.1, which is our deputations. And just before welcoming our guests today, I'll just, council and for our guests, just clarify that the council's policy in relation to deputations and presentations is such that we may have up to 3 members, 3 people may speak, and that the total time allowed is that I'll be allowing today will be 15 minutes maximum. So there'll be up to 3 speakers, about 15 minutes in total. So I'll allow 3 speakers from the attendees here for that period. Council, we would normally not engage in debate at this point in time, but it's an opportunity for our guests to present, listen and take that on board. And then should there be any requests, that would go to our CEO to follow up with a report to council through a appropriate standing committee meeting that comes up to council. So with that, I'd now invite our deputation from Mr. Gavin Hanson in relation to the Mergen to Proston Rail Trail Corridor. And Gavin, please feel free to come and take the lectern. Thank you.
This morning. I'm here to basically seek from this council resolution in respect to the issue of whether or not a rail trail will be approved for the Mergen to Proston Rail Corridor. I'm here at the request or on instruction from John Cartwright of Power and Cartwright Solicitors in Gympie, who represents a number of people on that corridor who are in opposition to a rail trail going through. In March of this year, a presentation was made to this council and a number of issues were raised as to why the clients of Mr. Cartwright are opposed to the rail trail going through on that corridor. You may remember that there were a number of issues targeted, one of which, and most importantly, was the issue of biosecurity. There was the issue of bushfires, There was the issue of landowners' privacy and well-being. You may have heard Ray Wise and Terry Griffiths talking about a conversation they had with a person by the name of Malcolm Wood, and they read his statement to you, and how that trail on his property is causing him upset. It's not good for his health. And you may remember Terry and Ray saying that they had to change the conversation that they were having with him about that rail trail to cattle prices because he was getting so worked up about it. So that issue of privacy and well-being is very, very important to these people. Irrigation disruptions, aerial spraying is another issue. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, is the issue of the cost for this council to maintain that rail corridor if a trail were to be put through there. So can I just come back to biosecurity? I think you were addressed by the Rail Trail Association just shortly after we made our address to you back on, I think it was the 19th of March. They said that biosecurity was not an issue for anybody on that corridor who wanted to go organic. Now, organic farming, whether it be primary industry or cropping, is a way of the future. It's a sign of the times. And why it's coming about is because simply that they now know that herbicide spraying and pesticides with certain products back then were carcinogenic. So consequently, what's happening now is organic is a sign of the times for the future. Now, you may say, well, that's all well and good. But if somebody wants to go organic, they can't use the herbicides and pesticides that are on the market today to control noxious weeds. For example, farmers who are cattle farmers. If they went organic, and there is one person in this room who's going organic or trying to go organic, and the problem that he has, and that's Terry Griffiths, is that if he did go organic and there is a noxious weed spread onto his property, all right, he cannot use traditional methods to get rid of it or he'll lose his accreditation. So let's say, for example, rat's tail is very, very prolific in this part of the country. If it got onto his property, he cannot use a pesticide or a herbicide to control it. And you heard from Mari Vettel, she's an expert. She has been in that industry with noxious weeds for 30 years. She said that the only way you can treat some of these noxious weeds is with a very noxious substance. Consequently, and simply, if Mr. Griffiths went organic, he would not be able to use anything to be able to control that weed or any particular type of weed that got spread onto his property, because the accreditation would be taken away from him straight away. Now, that's an important point. Biosecurity. And there are other farmers along that corridor who want to go organic. So, a major point and a major issue for all of you to consider in respect to whether that rail trail goes through on that rail corridor is this issue of biosecurity. At the minute, this council holds a sublease over certain areas along that corridor. At the present time, from Croston to Mondure, Mr. Mayor, there is 100% of the property owners along there who would like to be able to sublease your lease. There is more property owners further out towards Mergen. Property owners who are centre pivot irrigators who have massive amounts of money invested in their farming, who also want to sublease. There are flood irrigators along that corridor who irrigate their crops, and the irrigation goes across the corridor. They want to be able to sublease. At the present time, and this is important, at the present time, this council on the sublease has a duty to the head lease. The duty to the head lease is that this council maintains that corridor. The head lease, and I'll read from the head lease, the leasee must keep any noxious plants on the leased land under control. Another aspect of it, the leasee has a responsibility for a duty and care for the leased land. There is issues about native title. There is issues about the Lands Act. Not even going to touch on those. But can I say this? The people who are on that corridor at the moment that are farming that corridor are looking after all that. They're doing that already. They're looking after the noxious weeds because they know how important it is to keep that out of their farms. They're doing that. So, Mr. Mayor, if you were to allow a sublease to these people, they would take the duties and responsibilities that you have under the sublease onto their shoulders. They would look after the land as they are doing now, and this council would not have to worry about that. It is my proposal that if you were to sublease, the sublease would mimic and replicate your sublease. So the duty and responsibilities that you have under it move from you to them. All the costs that you have to bear move from you to them. And they are the ones that are responsible for indemnities, insurances, maintaining. The duty of care that they will have will fall onto their shoulders. And they want to do that. They want that. They want that because it's important for their futures, for their well-being, for their health, for their farming plans. They want certainty. And that's why I'm standing here before you today, to ask you to give that certainty to the farmers, your constituents. They want to know, is there a rail trail going through on that rail corridor? If there is not, can we please sublease the lease that you hold until 2038? Can you please go to the Chief Executive of the state and seek approval for you to be able to give them that sublease? Could you please do that by the 30th of June? That is, obtain the permission from the Chief Executive for you to be able to divest your interests, which I may say, the sublease that you hold allows you to do. But you must have the Chief Executive's approval before you can do that. They are saying, please once you tell us that we can do that, we will start putting the motions in train to ensure that the sub-sublease mimics and replicates your duties and responsibilities so that you don't have those anymore. You don't have anybody looking over your shoulder, making sure you're doing what you are required to do under that sublease. They then have the responsibility. That's their job now. Let them worry about that. They're already taking care of it. They'll have the issues of insurances, indemnities, they'll take all the risks. They'll make sure that the properties are maintained, the corridor is kept away and free from noxious weeds. And Mr. Mayor, if there is something else that you want in that sub-lease of them, there can be negotiation about that. There can be additional clauses placed into that sublease that will give you peace of mind. So I have drafted for this council a resolution, and Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if it's made its way to your desk, but it was attached to my request to be able to address you here today. And I'm seeing the Chief Executive Officer holding that up. I humbly propose to you that that be the resolution that you make in respect to this issue of the Mergen to Proston rail corridor. Now, it's a draft only. It's only a draft and can be changed in any way, shape or form you wish. It's only just something for your consideration, nothing more. I'm not pushing it in your face and saying this is a must. I'm just saying you may like to consider this. Everybody, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanson, and thank you for your clients for being with us today. I'm sure Council have listened carefully and we've taken that on board, and we'll give due consideration to the proposed resolution that you provided through our proper channels of governance inside Council. Quite welcome to stay, but understand you'll have business to attend to. So thank you again, and have an enjoyable day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Council, item 6.2 is in relation to a petition requesting that Councillor Henshin be removed from his position as a Division 6 councillor effective immediately. I'll now ask Councillor Henshin to leave the room while the matter is attended to. Thank you, Councillor Henshin. And in doing so, I'll hand over to our CEO to guide us through this particular matter. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
23. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't propose to talk. The report's fairly self-explanatory as far as procedurally. It is what it is. So happy to take a resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. CEO, it would seem from the advice that we've got here that the petition is indeed invalid. Can you just explain the reasoning for that recommendation?
As the report, it's 3.12.2 of our conduct of council meeting policies. The attachments are to include, or any signatories on a petition, be electronic or legible in as in Part A. Must include the postcode of all petitioners. This one did not. It's just a list of names and dates. The other one is have details of the specific request matter appear on each page. Again, that hasn't. The matter, again, as the report states, is has also been referred or has been forwarded to the Office of the Independent Assessor. Our advice is that external agency is the agency best suited to conduct any assessment on this petition. And finally, there is no mechanism, so for any of these petitions, being the one that recently went through to the Minister's office and then through to the Office of Independent Assessor and has come back, there is no mechanism in the Local Government Act to remove a council by petition. It just does not exist.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And I might just read for the benefit of council, in any event, even if the petition were to be received, it is simply beyond council's legal capacity to receive and or action the request. A councillor is not able to be dismissed by petition. There is no provision in the Local Government Act of 2009 that empowers council to take any lawful action to dismiss a councillor. The petition is simply beyond council's legal capacity to action. That's clear here that even if the petition was in fact valid in its form, that there is no legal capacity for this council to act in accordance with the request provided. So councillors, we have the matter there. Recommendation is that the petition not be received as it is deemed invalid. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Councillors wish to speak for or against? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That matter has now been dealt with. We can bring Councillor Henshin back in. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, Councillor Henshin. We'll move on to item 7.1. Minutes of the council meeting held on the 24th of March 2021 can be found at 8. And council, we've had those now for a period of time, but I would now move that they be received as a true and correct record. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, questions in relation to the contents of the minutes? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.1, alleged inappropriate councillor conduct, complaint investigation and recommendation. I'll now note that Councillor Shoemaker has left the room. In relation to item 8.1, can be found at 31. And Mr. CEO, I might just get you to provide an introduction to this matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This matter is being dealt with. The summary, we received a complaint which was referred to the Office of the Independent Assessor pursuant to the sections of the Act, where the local government official must notify the OIA about the complaint in relation to the conduct of a councillor. This is the same process we use for all complaints. The complaint related to the conduct of Councillor Shoemaker, where the councillor posted to the council's Facebook page about the funding of the KTP. It was alleged that the councillor failed to acknowledge the decision made during the ordinary meeting the day before, 25 November 2020, which was the majority view of council. It was alleged that if the conduct is substantiated, it breaches the Code of Conduct for Councillors in Queensland, standard behaviours when expressing an opinion dissenting with the majority decision of council. Councillors respect the democratic process by acknowledging the council decision represents the majority view. This matter was referred to the Office of the Independent Assessor. It was referred back, and this is the process for inappropriate conduct where it's referred back to council now. Council engaged an external investigator as there's a panel of external investigators now that we're able to use, not just the Council Conduct Tribunal, which has given a degree of flexibility to move these through a bit quicker. That report's come back. We must present the report back to the council meeting. There is no provision on this case for it to be in closed session. There is no other third party. Or for example, so the recommendation is that Council 1 considers the content of the report in making the decision as to whether the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct, supports the finding, which was in the report, that the alleged conduct by the councillor does amount to inappropriate conduct in pursuant to the Act, Take no further action except to advise the council and update the council register as required by the Act, and will give notice of the outcome to the Office of the Independent Assessor. And Mayor, that's really, there's a summary report. We haven't published the full report. We are lawfully able to just publish a summary. The summary is most suited in this circumstance, and certainly the matter just needs to be dealt with today by the council.
Thank you, Mr CEO. So Council, as the CEO has read out to the meeting, the officer's recommendation is contained there as presented. You can see that on screen and on the agenda. I'd hereby move that South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with items 1 to 4, so I'd move that recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henshin. Councillors wishing to speak for or against?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I would note, just for the meeting, and it's in the report, is the councillors' cooperation through the investigation. The investigator spoke candidly, demonstrated insight, and was extremely. The councillor acted in an extremely ethical and very strong manner.
Yeah, I think that just supports my motion. I'm prepared to put the motion forward that Council resolve the matter in accordance with the recommendation of the officers pursuant to the report from the external investigator. As our CEO has indicated, it should be considered that Councillor Shoemaker cooperated throughout the investigation, spoke candidly and demonstrated insight and remorse for the conduct, and I think I would like to speak in favour, speak and commend the recommendation on that basis. So, Councillor, unless you've got anything to speak for or against specifically in relation to my motion, I'd put that to the vote. Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Matter resolved. Okay, let's get Councillor Shoemaker back in. And we'll get on with the business at hand. We've got a big agenda today. So moving on with further business, welcome back, Councillor Shoemaker. Item 8.2 is the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting at 35. So Council, we have that report in front of us there, because this is our outstanding resolutions report that we receive at every general meeting. So we've got that there, and might just, I suppose, Council, I'd recommend that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. So I'd move that. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Frauloff. Okay, councillors, questions, comments in relation to the table? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of questions just in relation to the Coolarbunya sale yard items. I know that work's underway. I'm just really mindful of the facility and just wondering how things are going with the actual commercialisation sort of review, the work that we're doing behind the scenes to understand how we can get best value out of the sale yards facility. Just chasing a bit of an update, because I noticed the target date's been pushed out till April 30th of April 2021. So yeah, I just wanted a bit of an update if possible.
Oh, sorry.
No, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we have progressed. I think you noted in there, we have requested some legal advice just on the mechanics around the actual commercialisation. So that has come back in now. So yeah, we've just got to review that and bring that back through council. Yeah, admittedly, we are behind sort of where we would like to be on this. I think we lost a bit of time sort of just concentrating on getting the BBRF application in as opposed to concentrating on this. So apologies, we are on that. We have got, so as I said, we've got the mechanics back on the legal structure from the solicitors now. So basically reviewing that and then trying to marry that up with the financial data and get some modelling. So yeah, I would expect sort of over the coming weeks to get something that we can bring back through to council.
Thanks, Your Major. Councillor Shoemaker, you get
Yeah,
reply
no,
to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor.
Well,
Thanks,
just,
General Manager.
Probably just going on with the other item there is that the lease team are actually progressing there's other item there about leasing out the other facilities. So we're actually getting an updated condition assessment done of those facilities at the moment, so that can be put in the lease, because when we first went out, I think we were probably about 2 years, and so we've had, say Pross and Wanda have been unoperational, so yeah, the condition of those facilities is probably in a dip. So we just wanted to get a bit more updated condition on them when we do put those out.
So just confirming there, General Manager, that's the lease of the DIP facilities, and that work's ongoing in terms of getting the conditions reports provided so we can make sure that they're in a condition to be able to be leased at some point in time. What sort of time frame realistically do you think we'd be looking at for those?
Yeah, again, I would expect that back in the coming weeks so we can get them out, certainly prior to the end of the financial year. We're getting close to the end of the year now.
I'll just note also for the benefit of the meeting that the third item there is the Parks and Gardens report, and that a workshop's been convened with Council for Tuesday the 4th of May to work through with the Parks and Gardens manager, the General Manager and some of the staff on the level of service plan so that can be presented at the May Standing Committee meeting. Councillors, any other questions? So Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on the Coolangatta, like the sale yards, are you able to let everyone know when that actually does go out? Because I know I have a lot of interested parties, and if it just went out without any sort of, sometimes we just put it out on the website and people don't realise, so we just need to make sure, because there's a lot of people who probably aren't on the websites that are interested in those facilities. It's just that one. And the other one is, I just wanted to ask a question on the one about the overgrown allotment operations of council with a view to a stricter enforcement protocol. What's happening with that one? And also the one about the council approved the development of an illegal occupation on private land policy, procedure and enforcement strategy. Just wondering about those two.
Yeah, again, just update on those. I suppose we have, again, but behind on these in that we've had, in our compliance section, we've been down an officer since January through an illness, so we are short-staffed in there. We've had another officer retire, so we're effectively down to one officer in there. Also coinciding with that is these are probably part of the budget discussions need to be incorporated into these, because we can, so they really need to work in hand with the budget. So we haven't actually progressed these significantly, because we can put an enforcement strategy in place, and if council doesn't resource it through the budget, then we're wasting our time. So yeah, I thought I'd probably ask council to bear with us and work with us on these couple of things, because these are heavily resource related. The illegal occupation, private land, our building plumbing certifiers are up to their ears servicing clients with new dwellings too. So if they pull out of that, then timeframes for building approvals and that, if they dive into enforcement. So yeah, so there is a I suppose I just didn't want to throw a strategy in front of council and say here's the solution or whatever if we just can't achieve it. So yeah, that's probably why they are blank. They are a work in progress, and I think we will have to progress them together. I'll keep going first. Just on the master planning. So we had an initial internal meeting of all those stakeholders internally to set the platform for the aerodrome. So with our properties and parks, the CEO. We've got a meeting next week scheduled with the users group just to basically, we've been collating all the data. So the leasing team have pulled together all of the current leases and the terms and conditions that are out there. So we're finding all of the different, every lease is different in terms and everything. So we're just pulling all the information together, meeting with the user group next week, and then the idea is to develop a overall, I suppose, concept plan or something that we could utilise as part of a community consultation, and then go, yeah, so certainly not a master plan, but just something as a blueprint, even a massive plan, and get feedback from the users, the potential users, the residents. So the idea would be, and I think we'd aimed at sort of late May, sort of looking at putting a consultation together on that one. So yeah, it has progressed, but yeah, obviously it's really just that data collection stuff at this stage.
Thank you, General Manager. Just before we move on to General Manager meeting in relation to the town entry signs, just want to thank you for the work you're doing in relation to those 3 items. I think that's a really sound process from a governance point of view, to be aligning the overgrown allotment enforcement strategy and also the illegal occupation on private land enforcement strategy with the resourcing, the budgeting. I think I can see councillors are looking as though that's a good process. So thank you for lining those 2 up. Seem to be the appropriate way forward, and for the work that you're doing in relation to the Kingaroy Aerodrome and the air park. I think that's a tremendous opportunity for us, and it's good to see that you've got a rigorous process around collecting all the data, doing it in a very thorough way, conducting all the necessary research before we bowl into this and come to council with a good body of information that we can make decisions about in the future. So thank you, General Manager. That's excellent to see. General Manager Meehan, how are we going with those 10 entry signs?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, the Infrastructure Standing Committee is on next week, so Kevin and James will be here and they'll be able to provide an update then if that suits. They'll be able to give an update on the project when they're here next week.
That'd be an appropriate time to do so. Thanks, General Manager. You happy with that, Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Yeah. Thanks very much, General Manager Meehan. Okay, councillors, any other questions in relation to the outstanding resolutions table? Okay, we've got that there at hand. So those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now move on to item 9.1, confirming council's attendance at the Local Government Association Queensland Annual Conference 2021. We've also got the LGAQ Bush Councils Convention this year, 2021, and the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly in 2021. So the details of that are at page 44. Mr CEO, I'm sure you've been to plenty of these conferences over your time, so I might hand over to you to give us an introduction. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. These post-COVID, a lot of these events are now starting to come back to life again. Separately, the LGAQ conference is, council has 2 attendances as part of its membership. So the first 2 are covered, which is generally the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, as far as that space, and then we would be bringing a report back for this resolution opportunity as well as a very good opportunity to attend that. This will also be the last conference and last year before Greg Hallam's retirement. So it will be significant given how long Greg's been at the helm of the LGAQ. So it is certainly one that is one that will be significant and a passing of the baton. The LGAQ Biennial Bush Councils Convention, feedback from the councils that have attended that only once, I believe, in the past, but it's very, very worthwhile. That is an exceptionally relevant gathering of rural regional councils as far as the issues we face. And the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly, which is in June this year. That we've got our resolutions submitted that were passed by council resolution. So that is also an opportunity for when councils attended in the past to organise deputations, because Parliament generally sits in conjunction with it in Canberra. It's very rare that those 2 don't align. So it also gives an opportunity, as well as attending the conference or the Congress, to there's 800-900 people attend from all across Australia. The opportunity to understand what local government's doing on a national scale. It is also an opportunity where we get, and we've been successful with getting our resolutions before that Congress in the past, where a small council can get an agenda item onto the national stage. So they are debated off the floor, so it is good to have the Mayor or somebody attending that conference to speak to those resolutions. And also then we organise and line the deputations to it. So definitely I think we've had an expression of interest from the six councillors, bar Councillor Froloff, for the Bush Conference, that's correct. LGAQ, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and my attendance issue, if I was going to focus on anything, would be the LGAQ conference. I have in the past gone to ALGA, but given timing this year, I'd probably prefer not to. We've got things happening here, and with the budget coming up, would prefer to concentrate on that. Definitely, in the past, Mayor and Deputy Mayor have attended. Councillors all do have a professional development component as well, and that's hardly been touched this year. So there is certainly opportunity. I've got the details here with me. There is certainly opportunity if a councillor wish to, if it's the agreement of the room, attend LGAQ or ALGA. There is the opportunity certainly for another party.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Just before we move a might just ask for a show of hands. Are there any councillors, first of all, the LGAQ conference? Now, that's going to be held in Mackay, 25th to 27th of October. Are there any councillors? Please feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to attend. Anyone that'd like to attend? Councillor Potter? Yeah, okay. Councillor Shoemaker? Thank you. I'll just note that. And everyone comfortable with attending the Bush Councils Convention in Barcaldine? I think that's up in Barkey. Yep, in 3rd or 5th of August. Councillor Froloff, as an apology, I know you've got appointments there, Councillor, so we understand that. The ALGA National General Assembly, is there anyone that particularly would like to? Please raise your hand if you'd like to. Councillor Shoemaker? Okay. Right, that being the case, I'd like to put a motion forward, if I could, that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, CEO, do I need to nominate you, Mr. CEO? You automatically go anyway. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, CEO and Councillor Potter attend the LGAQ annual conference. Further, that all councillors attend the LGAQ Biennial Bush Councils Convention, 2021, noting that Councillor Froloff is an apology, and that Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Shoemaker attend the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly 2021, which is in a cold time of year, so get our woolies out from the 20th to the 23rd of June 2021. I'd now like to move that. And do we have a seconder for that? Yep, thanks, Councillor Froloff. Look, happy to amend the motion, just a proposal putting forward. So please speak for or against that. Councillor Jones, your thoughts?
Yeah, excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to encourage all councillors to think about attending these, because they are very good learning sessions for councillors, particularly a couple of the new councillors here. I think it's a great opportunity. And are we restricted to only can other councillors go? Is there more scope to send more than one to each conference, Mr. CEO, or are we restricted in that?
It comes down to generally the finances and the allocation, professional development. What, if I may just add to that, Councillor, is what Council has done and councils I've worked for in the past is, once this first one, given last year was a bit of a non-starter with COVID, what councils tend to do then is, once this first one gets off, that we run a rolling schedule, make sure that over the term everyone gets a turn. Does that, if that makes, probably not the best correct proper language, but that because they are a learning opportunity, the meeting with the other councils and certainly the discussion, the resolution, debate at both the LGAQ and ALGA is extremely valuable to sit and listen to what issues local government brings to the table, the commonality of the lack of the lack of funding to the federal assistance grants now, whilst we welcome what we receive, but certainly it's been well documented that it isn't cutting the mustard anymore. But certainly once this year goes, it would certainly be good then to establish that rolling schedule so everyone gets opportunity.
I just taking your point there in reference to Greg Hallam's retirement and all that sort of stuff this year, I just think that it'll be a very good opportunity to, I would expect it to be a a special LGAQ meeting and would gain a lot of insight. I expect everybody to be attending. There'll be huge numbers and it's just a good opportunity, I guess, in showing respect to a bloke that's done a lot to local government, but that's entirely comes down to us. But I do encourage everybody to have a crack and it is, the Bush Councils is my opinion, for a council this size, the best place to go for us to compare across the state with very similar issues, same sort of council setup. But the LGAQ and the ELGA ones, I really encourage all councillors to make sure and make the effort to get there because they are very, very good.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered with the ALGA National Conference, and thank you for bringing these forward. I think they are great opportunities, and I certainly back what Councillor Jones has said and CEO Mark has said in terms of rotating attendance in line with our budget. I think that's a great idea. I just wondered, with the ALGA National General Assembly, being that the CEO said he'd normally attend but would be unavailable, is there another member of the set that we could nominate to actually attend to support council at that conference?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think as CEO's articulated, I don't think there's any limit on us sending another councillor. And I know, Council, we haven't really spent any of our professional development money, our training money that's allocated in the budget this year. We've spent next to nothing in this 12 months so far. So there's money in the budget for that. If anyone's interested, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was probably talking about one of our senior executive
Oh,
team
sorry,
members.
yes.
Yeah, being that we haven't nominated one to attend and CEO Mark said he was unavailable, I just thought it might be a great opportunity for the team to send another representative from the organisation to support us at that conference.
Thanks, Councillor. It's certainly a discussion we'll have. It's not. We also have. There is a professional development allocation for senior staff. It's a discussion we're yet to have. Was only just speaking to the Mayor this week about. I had thought about there is an opportunity to attend ALGA virtually as well. Actually, I neglected to mention before, so thanks for the prompt. It is a discussion we need to have amongst the staff to see if anyone would like to do it. I tell you, it just with this year, there's a range of workload issues that I prefer to concentrate on them and get them done before the thing. But certainly, yeah, we'll raise it between the staff.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully understand the situation, CEO Mark. I just think being that we are going along, I think the support of the senior executive leadership team would be really appreciated at that conference. So I would certainly encourage everyone to take a look at that because we are a team, both sides have a role to play, and I think it's important that we building those relationships and working together. And if possible, we don't want to wear you out, Mr. CEO, but I think we've got some great leaders here in the organisation that could support at that conference.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I look forward to certainly the convention in Barcaldine later on in the year, but could I just be noted that the LGAQ conference in Mackay, that I would like to attend that, but I'd be tentative just at this point in time. Is that a possibility?
Well, I'm happy to amend the motion to include Councillor Henson, subject to his availability. I think it'd be great for Councillor Henson as a new councillor to go to the conference. So, Mr. CEO Linnell, can I just add that Councillor Henson, in brackets, subject to availability, and Councillor Potter. So we'd have the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, CEO, Councillor Henson, and Councillor Potter attend the LGAQ annual conference. Councillor Froloff, we haven't got you down for anything attendance, but you are comfortable with that this year. And I know, Councillor Duff, you're probably sitting there thinking you've been to plenty of conferences over your long 17 years in council, so we fully understand that. So look, I'll put that forward then. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Oh, Rosie, you've already seconded it. Sorry, I've lost track. Councillor Froloff has seconded that. Thank you. I should watch the screen, shouldn't I? So, okay, so we've got that there. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I look forward to those. Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. We'll move on to the 9.2 item at 46, which is adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Plan 2021 to 2026. And Mr. CEO, I think we'll you've done a lot of work in this space, so it's only fitting that we hand over you to introduce us to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So everyone got their hard copy, so we've reprinted it again. So since the presentation to the standing committee, there was a couple of minor amendments to it, the addition to halls in EC5 based on feedback, museums in GR5, and then talking about council's energy use carbon footprint, which become the new EN2. Other than that, it's as it was presented at the standing committee and at the extent of the consultation. The other aspect, which is included in the report, I think on about page 55, is the council values have been, which were workshopped, have been incorporated into the document. So it's a refresh of the values: honesty, respect, accountability, integrity, and unity. So they've been included into the document. So we're in council's hands, Mr. Mayor. It's presented. The images and things can be pretty much anything that there's like a typographical error or anything like that in the document. Happy to take feedback at 100% of the time. But other than that, we will, if it's adopted today, we will set vigorously looking at structure and the operational plan to align to the new corporate plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. So, Council, we have the recommendation there as presented, that in accordance with Section 165 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopts the South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Plan 2021 to 2026, highlighting the following key priorities as presented. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillors wishing to speak for or against? Make comments. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really pleased with this corporate plan. It's our Bible for the next period of time through this council and beyond. I think that we've done robust community consultation. I love the fact that this plan is very it doesn't represent motherhood statements. It's actually very action focused, and I think that that's why the community actually liked it and took notice of it, because I think in the past we've been a bit too high level, and this one really, to me, cuts the mustard. I love our vision: the South Bennett unique communities working together in a strong and vibrant region. I think that sums it up. We want to keep our unique communities, but we want to work together, and I think that we've put a lot of thought into our vision, and I hope that it becomes that if you just have like in a couple of months' time, if you said to someone, what's our vision, we should all know what our vision and our purpose, the South Bennett Regional Council making a positive difference in people's lives through the quality of the work we do. Again, that's the purpose. Like if everybody aspires to that, that's councillors and our team, I think that we will certainly make a positive difference in people's lives through the quality of the work. If we aspire to that, we're going to reach all the goals that we could possibly want to achieve in the next term of council. So just wanting to not just put this on the shelf. I love everyone to really to walk the talk and absolutely understand that we're all on the same page, we're all in this together, and that purpose is what we're aspiring to. So I just wanted to put it out there, because when I was first elected, our vision was individual communities building a strong and vibrant region, and we knew, everyone, all the councillors knew that vision, and we actually put all our decisions were about keeping those. That's why we kept all the different offices, because why we did what we did, because we all had that same vision and purpose. So I think it is a very valuable document, and I don't want it to be a dust collector. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Other councillors? Councillor Jones.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly right, Councillor Duff. This encompasses the expectations of our community, and we sign up for this, and this is what we're going to be judged on. So it is a very important document, and this is what we need to look at and keep coming back to make sure that we deliver into our communities, because this is the expectation of our community. So an extremely very well presented document. I'd like to congratulate all the staff, the CEO and everybody else and all the other councillors that have gone out to community consultation. But yes, this is an overview of the community expectations that we are expected to deliver on. So yes, it is a very important document.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am so grateful for the extra time that council has contributed to this document. I think we've ended up with a really great outcome, and I agree with all that's been said. I've said it a couple of times in this chamber to many of you, and I'm going to say it again. For us, for the next couple of years, it's really about coming together as a region and as a team and being united in our approach to supporting our region's growth and prosperity. So I agree. I think this document is a great start, but it's by all means going to be up to each and every one of us to deliver on this and to work toward these key strategic goals and priorities of our region. So in my view, it's time to put the rugby league colours away. I know all those years ago at amalgamation, you know, Nanango, Blackbutt, everyone had their colours, and it's time to put them away. And it's time to work together as a region with a regional mindset, make decisions that are best for our region. So I think the key priorities of this corporate plan reflect our key priorities as a council, and I do believe together we will get there. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors? Okay, well, I might just say a few words because I think it's a fairly momentous time, isn't it? Thank you. I'd like just to firstly just show to those viewers out there that are watching this on live stream, there's your corporate plan. And I'd like to congratulate the organisation of council led by our CEO with the senior executive team and all the wonderful staff and executive services who put so much work into getting us to this point. I'd also like to congratulate our council. In here there's talk, we talk about our values, and our values state, as Mr. CEO just mentioned, honesty, respect, accountability, integrity and unity. And could I congratulate this council on coming together and working in a unified manner to produce what I believe is a very detailed, comprehensive and ambitious corporate plan for our region. There have been many workshops had. It's been shared and discussed with the staff right through the organisation. There have been many community engagement days that I know the six of you worked hard and worked actively to take this out to your communities, to share it with people at markets and a whole range of other forums, and make sure that the community engagement around this was very thorough and robust. And it was great to see so much community feedback. And in many cases, it showed that the council were very much in tune with the community in terms of what we put out there as a draft. So I'd like to recognise and congratulate the organisation and our councillors on a wonderful job here. I think it's a very impressive corporate plan. It talks about being committed to open and transparent decision making. It talks about our purpose, as Councillor Duff said, making a positive difference in people's lives through the quality of work we do. And I think that's something that we, and of course all the staff, can embrace and be proud of, the quality of work that they do to make a difference to the lives of the people across the region. And just wanted to point out that this council, in the corporate plan, will today resolve to focus on 5 key pillars. Number 1, enhancing livability and lifestyle. 2, providing key infrastructure for our towns and villages. 3, growing our region's economy and prosperity. 4, safeguarding our environment. And 5, organisational excellence. And I know, despite what you may hear from time to time around the region, around the community, and on social media, this council, when the job has to be done, we come together and we get the job done. And this is an example of that. We've prepared what I believe is a really high quality document. And I think, as I said, it's a real credit to everyone sitting around this table. The way we work together in a unified sense, we came together, we shared our values. We did show through this corporate plan's development that we all have our heart in the South Burnett. We were all born and raised here. We're all very committed to this region. I think that came out in the discussions we had around this. It showed that we are very much on the same page as a council. So thank you, council. I think it's a wonderful effort, and I certainly commend you for all the work that you've done. Okay, well, that's it for me. Does anyone else want to speak in relation to it? Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to agree with you on your points with regards to this corporate plan. This is a corporate plan that, for the first time, we as councillors actually, since I've been in council, that we as councillors actually went out to the community ourselves and asked them the question. And I thought that was actually probably one of the most important things we could do with regards to our corporate plan, because we got the community's feedback that's been incorporated in the plan. And I think moving forward, this plan will actually, will our futures in these pieces, in these pages. And I look forward to that, Mr Mayor, and working with this corporate plan with everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Other councillors? Okay, so, well, it's, we've got the motion on the table, and all those in favour? Carried unanimously. Congratulations, Council. We now have the corporate plan for 2021 to 2026, and very much look forward to, I know we all very much look forward to working with the community to make this a better place for everybody that lives here through the development, through the implementation of the corporate plan. So thanks, everybody. Okay, let's now move on to the next item, which is the annual operational plan at 56. So we've got an implementation progress report on that. And Mr. CEO, I might just hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. It's regular reporting every quarter. We bring the report back on the operational plan year to date. So each section has been asked to fill in their own parts. Really, it is probably happy just to have it moved and then take questions, Mayor, if that suits.
Thanks very much, Mr. CEO. So we've got the operational plan there, and the recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council and your operational plan 2021 implementation progress report for the period 1 July 2020 to 31 March 2021 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Duff. A seconder? Thanks, Councillor Froloff. Councillors, questions in relation to the report? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, CEO Mark and your team, for the comprehensive report. I guess I just had a question for CEO Mark and each of the members. If that's all right, I would just like to know something that they're actually really proud of that's here in our operational plan, and something they can see, you know, we need to, you know, they're looking at opportunities for improvement. If that's all right, Mr Mayor, I'd really like to hear from each member of the set in relation to something they're really proud of and something they see they've flagged as something that they are working on in terms of improvement.
Thanks very much, Councillor. It's a wonderful question. Could I perhaps start, Mr. CEO,
I'll
the
go.
leader of the set? Could you start, and we'll go around the room?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'll go first. The rejig of the corporate plan for me has been the focus for the first 9 months of this term. There's a lot of other things that flow out of that, but that is, and there's some quite wonderful things here still to come. Councillor, I know it was in the, it's funny, the little one, that was the big one. It's funny, the little things, the Kingaroy Aerodrome has been a topic very close to my heart the other day, and I had probably as much joy out of an hour meeting with Peter and his team and that the other day than I have for a long time. It was really, really positive, and just, you can see it just starting to come together as all the bits now start to work, and we'll be able to come back to council with, okay, this is what we believe is the path forward. So there were my two, which I'm probably being a bit greedy. Area for improvement was the second part, or it's not so much an area of improvement, and we're just pending some external advice, but I would hope that there's some really exciting news to come with the community hospital. So it's an area that's still very much under a work in progress.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. That's a bit challenging, isn't it? Let me preface by saying I'm actually extremely proud of the areas in which report directly to me. So I was reading the operational plan comprehensively last night, and when you're looking at it, it's like, oh, I'm so proud of my team. We've done so much positive work in the last 12 months, and I agree that there's more challenging work ahead of us, and I look at it as possibly a work in progress. So I will start my finance team. a team of great professionals, very talented, very experienced, very qualified, and we continually are challenged by the Mayor. He continually tells us he's a certified practicing accountant, and we obviously can't put anything past him, so he keeps us on our toes. And yeah, the challenge there is to deliver an affordable budget at the moment, and obviously to decrease our deficit. That's a real challenge, and it's a work in progress, and we are looking for efficiencies, and we are being, I guess, ruthless in challenging a lot of functions of the council to say, can we do this better? Can we do it more efficiently? And so that's where we are at the moment with our finance team. I'm incredibly proud of the reduction in debt is another thing. You'll see on the financial reports there that we've reduced our debt, or we've collected more than $89,000 in debt. That's only in one of our P&R modules, so I'm extremely proud of that. And also our rates team, our finance through the appointment of an officer has been actively pursuing our debt as far as rates as well, and you saw the result of that yesterday. Our corporate team, you've seen our governance, the new framework. It's all about transparency, accountability. Our risk management framework has come into, and that's included in a lot of our weekly managers meeting, where we identify risks to the organisation to develop that culture, that risk-adverse culture throughout our organisation. Very, very proud of my team. They're, again, true professionals as far as right to information, privacy, that they're punching above their weight, that team there. Our ICT and business systems team, everyone attended the launch of our Tech 2 there, the next level. That is a huge project, and again, I'm very, very appreciative to Council for the commitment there and their trust in us to deliver that. And that's an exciting project that it's only just started. Our plant and fleet. Oh, thank you again for that. But anyway, we're getting there. It's evolving, and there again, there's that challenge that how can we look for efficiencies? How can we do that better? And it's just getting there. So I apologise if our procurement team there. We've been focusing on now starting to transition towards our centralised procurement, but also focusing on our locals there. That's close to our heart, and I know it's close to councillors' hearts, that we're concentrating, and we're giving all of our local providers every opportunity through the direction of council. So that's my input. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully I won't leave anyone out. Susan? Look, probably for me is the information and the works inside the operational plan that supports the assets. I think the information that we've put together for council over the last couple of weeks around budget and service levels and what we do know about our assets and our performance is really well and truly beyond a lot of the stuff that I've seen in other councils and councils I've worked in. I think that's a testament to both our indoor staff who work on these things, whether you're in works or you're in water and wastewater, but also our frontline staff as well and the work that they're doing, because at the end of the day, the information is as good as is the information coming in. And the fact is the condition of our assets and what we know about them and the performance of them is right through to our frontline staff and how they grade roads, how they repair. To be honest, we can always do things better in coordinating our maintenance programs, and that's been a focus for us and will be a focus for us going forward. But that's a hand in hand, and that's a continuous improvement. And I think, I'm very, very proud of all of the staff in the group, both whether you wear a yellow shirt or you wear a suit and tie. The organisation is trying to improve, and the efforts that we've seen from staff has allowed council to make some really informed decisions going forward in the budget process. Again, not perfect, but I think we've said it many, many times before, and particularly in relation to water and wastewater, we know a lot more than what we did 3-4 years ago, and that's why we've been able to make decisions now. Some of those are tough decisions, at least they're informed decisions. So, yeah, I think the delivery of the op plan this year has really enabled council to improve, and that's what we're here for. So, and collectively.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Shoemaker. Probably kick off the start one, and Councillor Potter will certainly back me up here. Certainly, what this report always highlights to me is when we do the library stats. So a certain area, we're very proud of our libraries and the service they provide. COVID was a great example of the flexibility and the service they provide. But when you look at the stats, the numbers of visitors, and this one's probably not so much because we used to always report on the events and activities that the libraries could host and all of the people visiting. So where they're just kicking off post-COVID again, sort of now after a delay. So those sort of things always sort of make you proud. It actually surprises you, the numbers. And I know when we've talked about the customer contact stats, the million emails we receive, all of the phone calls we take. So those sort of things, when we do this sort of reporting, you take it for granted until you actually see these numbers in the thousands and tens of thousands and that. So that's probably just a good example. But across the board in our area, we've in the community department, all the customer requests that the guys get through, and I know we get the odd, and councils are following up. Oh, this one, what's happening with this one? Or we've missed these customer requests, but that might be the 20. But we don't hear anything about the 700 that the guys have got through, and they keep piling up. And I know earlier in the meeting I was apologising for the areas that we're not sort of getting completed, but just probably the attitude the guys, they know their inboxes are overflowing, but they're still going out and taking on those challenges, whether it be the customer requests. So right across the board, the parks guys sort of certainly has been open improvements looking in those areas. So the guys haven't sort of dropped the bottom lip or anything. They're sort of rising, accepting the challenge. I think they actually enjoy being challenged and looking forward to improvements in that area. So and that's across the board in our department. Going forward, I think the new corporate plan, as I said, is for a community department. I suppose we see that there is acknowledgement, and I think we're looking forward to that mind shift across the board. As far as that we are a community department, we do have that challenge of regulatory enforcement versus human and social sort of things. So that's something as a department, because most of the regulatory enforcement's in areas that is a challenge balancing that at times. So I think for us it's acknowledging we are a community department, what we are there for, who our customers are, and so that's where I probably see that going forward is our focus is actually sort of trying to actually get an identity as a community department, as opposed to we just do all of these functions, sort of trying to build a department that we actually have an identity. So.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for the question, giving our senior executive team the opportunity to present some really great stories there. So, yeah, thank you all. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. It's brilliant. I have to say, 12 months in the job and reading through this operational plan, I was brimming, honestly, with pride, because the reality is council is a very complex beast. I've learned that firsthand over these last 12 months. I think when we started, we'd all been through that grueling campaign trail, and I think we had some really big ambitions, and certainly it's been a giant learning curve for me in terms of, what is actually achievable and setting the right goals and objectives, things that we can actually realistically achieve, by all means being ambitious, but also being realistic. I think this operational plan for me shows that our council and our staff have been listening, and it also shows that we are, as General Manager O'May said, if I can quote you, accepting the challenge, and it's certainly a very big challenge for our organisation. I've found as a councillor over these last 12 months, it's a delicate balance, being a representative for our community, holding our council to account, definitely, and I've really appreciated the levels of transparency and the open and honest conversations that we've had, the tough conversations we've had. And I know this will set us up for the next 2 years, because I know there's plenty more tough conversations to be had. I've definitely seen a shift of tone in the conversation. And I definitely just think sometimes we need to take a breath and actually just acknowledge just how much work we've turned out over these past 12 months. I think we really are setting our council up for success. It's been an incredible 12 months, and I'd just like to acknowledge the staff and the team who have accepted our challenge. Often at council, we've certainly not always been easy, but you've definitely lived up to my expectations, so thank you. Reading this report was just an absolute pleasure. Please keep up the great work, and it's great to hear your focus on continuous improvement. I know I rabbit on about that all the time, and many of us do, but I think, you know, together, if we're all thinking big and looking to the future, I think there are great things that we can do, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to, one thing was to acknowledge General Manager O'May and Parks and Gardens and the customer request process. And I'm just really, really pleased with what's happening there. And I've noticed that there's been the customers who I'm sending through requests for are getting responses sometimes within 24 hours. And I actually have to say that maybe, just maybe, the Parks and Gardens are out doing the infrastructure now. Sorry, I had to put it out there. Sorry. I know we're all a team, but yeah, just saying it was fantastic. Like, I had a response back to a customer within 24 hours. It was just amazing. So well done. Just a question. This one is, I noticed on page 84, it says the whole of organisation review is being undertaken to identify cost savings and increase efficiencies. And that's was the update on the 31st of March. And I'm just wondering, is that something that is just being done as part of the budget process in individual groups, or is it something that someone's got like the control of? Is that general? Is that the CEO? Is that, like, how is that working, and when will we see the results of that? It's page 84. Yep, thank you.
Councillor, which line were you on?
Well, I've just written page 84. It just says whole of organisation review is being undertaken to identify cost saving. I think it's down towards the bottom, and increase efficiencies.
Sorry? Oh, org review. Okay. If it's the org review, without looking, mine might be slightly different numbering. It's been sitting and waiting in queue for the corporate plan. That would be that. So that whole of organisational review will come back for discussion to align structure now to corporate plan. If that's that one.
Yeah, but you do say that it wasn't just about the organisational structure. It was identify cost savings and increase efficiencies. Was the
Trying to find your page and yeah, that one. Oh, finance and corporate. Okay. So yeah, okay, yeah, I'm on a different. That was my. Oh, thanks, Mayor. I was giving an answer to a different question. So incorrect answer. Sorry. Well, correct answer to the other question. Finance and corporate. Whole of organisation review is being identified costs and savings and increased efficiencies. Susan, that would be yours.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. I just assumed that was the org review, like you were saying.
Can I
But, well,
perhaps...
part of that I could, sorry, I can preface that. Sorry, Mr Mayor. That's also to do with our business systems. You know how we're mapping all of our processes, and that's what that's like. And you just alluded to that, Councillor, about the customer requests, and that's our next level. That's our stage 2. Now that we've transitioned into SaaS, that's stage 2, where we're looking and we're mapping all of our business processes and that to look for efficiencies in that area. I beg your pardon, I thought you were referring to the org review. That's why I...
If I could just interject here too, thank you, Mr CEO and General Manager. So for the community's benefit, this operational plan is a 46-page document. It is on Council's website. You can find our operational plan on the website. It's no wonder the CEO couldn't pin down, because there's hundreds of items in here to try and track. And the item that Councillor Duff's referring to, Council, is of course in relation to the budget and the setting of rates around finance for last year. We talked about finding cost savings and operational efficiencies through the organisation. And I think it's a number of things that are happening side by side in parallel. So we've got the SaaS system implementation with D2, where we're going to find efficiencies in how we do our business internally through the implementation of that business improvement program. We've got the organisational review now coming online, that we've now adopted our corporate plan. We're going to have looking at our structure and how we most appropriately structure the organisation to deliver on the corporate plan. And of course, we're doing our annual budget. And of course, this year, we're working through that actively to identify those cost savings and performance improvements and efficiencies that are needed us to work towards bringing budget into surplus at within an appropriate time frame. So I think there's a number of elements happening there side by side, Councillor. And I think, though, very much that particular matter goes very much to what we're doing with the budget. So I think over the next 3 months, we're going to need to and will do a lot of work to address those operational efficiencies and cost savings to do our absolute best to deliver the best budget we can. So I think it's to a large extent things happening in parallel, but to a large extent, that's very much about what we do with the budget over the next 3 months between now and 30 June. Yeah, I think that would be fair to say, would it, Mr. CEO? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I assumed it was like a whole team effort, but I just wondered whether there was someone specifically tasked to that. So I'm guessing that's the CEO and the Mayor and Council and the whole team. Yep.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Thanks, Councillor Duff, and to make the point to the community as well, that there's a lot of work happening behind the scenes in relation to organisational review, business improvement systems, budget, our budget process in identifying cost savings. How can we do things better, smarter, more efficiently? And we have got later in the meeting an item at 9.5, which is an independent accounting analysis. And I think when we speak about that, we'll probably give a lot of the answers to where you're going with your questions. If I could just perhaps also say, in conclusion, in relation to the operational plan, I just wanted to, also reaffirm what other councillors have said, and thank you to the senior executive team for sharing with us how you feel about your achievements over the last 12 months and to date with the operational plan. If one was to sit down and reflect on what this council has, the reform that this council has undertaken, and it's been a team effort, everyone's been involved, we've all made a significant contribution to that. I've struggled to find another council in particularly regional Queensland that has embarked on such an ambitious path of reform. If we sit back and think about the issues that we've dealt with here since April last year, the implementation of Belcara, we haven't hidden under a rock. We've faced it, we've dealt with it, we've implemented standing committees, we've had a very robust process led by our CEO in relation to our investigations policy and councillor conduct. We've done a lot of training around that. We've been very open and transparent around that. We have gone out to the community with community meetings. We've had forums at markets with our corporate plan. I don't know of any council that has so many councils out in the community so often as what we do. We are all out there on a regular basis. We've embarked on a whole range of reforms that I could sit here all day and talk about. If one was to reflect on that, it's a long list. So congratulations to the senior executive team and all the council. And, obviously people were saying, yes, but there's much more to do. We all understand that. There's a lot more work to do. We're only in our first year of council, but I feel very confident that this council is on a reform path that is addressing the issues raised by the community over recent years. And I'm sure that we're going to do a lot more good work over the next 3 years in delivering on the corporate plan, implementing the operational plans each year. I think we're really set up, we're setting ourselves up for success. Plenty of challenges, absolutely. But I think that we're on a good path. And I think our track record over the last 12 months demonstrates that when the 11 of us put our minds together, we can achieve good things. And we have achieved a lot. So I think we should, all recognise that. Okay, so thanks everybody. That's a great discussion. We get this matter resolved. All those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now I'm going to move a procedural motion shortly to adjourn the meeting because we have importantly today 7 new Australian citizens waiting out in the foyer who are keen to come in and have their Australian citizenship ceremonies conducted here within council, as we do from time to time. So I'll now move that we close we adjourn the meeting at 10:30 a.m. and that we reconvene at 11:15 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll adjourn now and we'll see everyone back at 11:15 a.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Now move that we reopen the meeting at 11:18 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Move on to item 9.4 at 105, which is the monthly financial report as at 31 March 2021. We have it presented there, Council, and I've moved that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland as at 31 March 2021 be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, questions or comments in relation to the contents of the report? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've already pre-warned General Manager Jarvis on this particular one, but I just wanted to, on page 111, GenOps expenditure is largely above target this month due to the effect of capital from disposal of roads and buildings. I just wanted to that clarified as to what that means, because I didn't think that we would dispose of roads, or at least I'm hoping we haven't.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr Mayor. It's actually an accountancy term there, councillors. So the explanation there is on page 10, we're at 2.35, the capital expense. So you can see you've picked it up there in your income statement there where it says capital expense is $1.231 million. So capital expense is the net proceeds or loss on assets that have been sold or disposed of. A loss or on asset disposal is recognised when a current asset is disposed of out of council's asset register before it's fully depreciated. So if it's still got value left on it, it's recognised as an expense, and therefore its written down value is nil. To dispose of the asset, its written down value is recognised in council's accounts as a loss on disposal. So that's what I'm saying, it is an expense. So far this year, and the staff have itemised it out for you, councillors. So it's saying councillor sold or disposed of the following. So sale of fleet is 313,000. I'll just round it off. Sale of land, 15,000. Sales of buildings, 4,000. Disposal of roads is 1.2 million. There again, we're saying they still had useful lives, but we wrote them, they were written down. Disposal of buildings, 93,000, and disposal of fleet is 225,000. So that's where you get your 1.2 million from there, excuse me, as a capital expense there.
Man, did you want to just speak to the disposal of roads item, the 1.245? I'm thinking that's some sort of a engineer's procedure, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately, sorry, we value all of our roads, Mr Mayor, through you. When we dispose them, we write the asset back on as a segment in the new register. So we actually don't physically dispose of the road, we dispose of it on the register. So if you upgrade a road or you renew a road, the road at Kathy Duff's Road between 0 and 0.1 is taken off, and then Kathy Duff's Road, the new road at Kathy Duff's Road, 0 to 0.1 is written on. So it's just an accounting term. So we actually don't physically dispose of any assets, if that makes sense.
Thanks, GM. That makes absolute sense. So, Councillor Duff, the term disposal from an accounting perspective includes the writing off of assets. So an old road gets written off and a new road gets written onto the books in its place. Yeah. Good question, though.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, GMs. Councillors, other questions? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question I had, just in relation to the report, the last line says the capital expenditure program is currently sitting at $28.314 million in actual and committed expenditure, which equates to approximately 73.5% of the total budget available to spend. So I would imagine with 1 quarter left, I think that shows that we're tracking okay. But I guess I probably just wanted to understand, in this final quarter, how are funds actually committed, and if the project hasn't commenced, what happens to the funds? Does it come back to council, Because I know there were some issues with this maybe previously, and I'd just like to, just understand that process. What are we doing if the capital has been, allocated for a project, but we're not going to be able to deliver that project? What's the process there? Because I'd hate to see us commit funds, overcommit ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Just to clarify that for you, Councillor, just the current position is your capital budget is 38.52 million. Out of that 38.52 million, your actual and committed costs are 28.315 million. Now, which is 73.5% there on our target for 100% completion. So out of your 28.315 million, 20.465 are actual costs, and the 7.849 is committed costs. So they're the costs that we've committed, but we haven't physically paid them there. So if you look at the actuals alone, the actual expense is only 35.19% of your capital program has been actually physically completed. But to answer your... Oh, did I? I beg your pardon, I just corrected there. It's 53.19. I'm a bit dyslexic there, I beg your pardon. Gave GM me in a bit of a heart failure then. So to answer your question about anything that has been committed, yes, we then do updates with the GMs and the managers, and anything that hasn't been expended, we identify that as works in progress, and we will put that into, at the direction of the managers or GMs, we will then identify that and restrict that into next year's program, to be expended in next year's program. Is that what your question was, Councillor? Sorry.
Yes. So if we allocate those funds that we haven't yet used into works in progress, and then we go into the next year with, as you say, there's significant amount of budget still left there. So if we go in with next year with a significant amount of money in works in progress, and then we set our capital budget as well, are we actually able to deliver on that? And is that best value for money? I know some of these questions are probably a little bit subjective, but I'm actually wondering, is there a process where we actually get back around the table and say, these are the projects in which we've completed, these are the projects which were earmarked in our capital budget but have not yet started, and do we have a discussion about, their relevance going into next year? Because I'm mindful, if our budget's at this point, and with the grant funding and things that we've had, I understand why we may not have actually delivered our full capital budget, but I don't want to see us commit a heap of costs to projects without fully understanding, if we're already setting a budget, if we committed to those projects this year and we haven't actually delivered on them, and then we're going into next year and, in my mind, I'm telling my constituents that, we're delivering on these projects this year. I worry about that process. Is there something that we're actually doing? Because in my previous experience, I know it's very easy to commit costs, but then, drag a project out. And sometimes that's not the best outcome either. So I just would like to understand a little bit more about what we as a team do going into our next budget.
From a finance perspective, I can answer that for you, Councillor, and from probably capital holders or budget holders, and I just invite any of my other peers there to comment as well. But from a financial perspective, that's why we do our third quarter review, and we speak to the managers about the status of their projects, where they're up to, what their projection is about their commitments. Will this be completed by the 30th of June? To date, the conversations that have been had with the outstanding capital programs have been they will be completed by the 30th of June. But like I said, that safeguard is there where when we do the review there at the third quarter. So any projects identified that haven't been started, any capital projects, in the third quarter we did identify those, and we then restricted them straight away into next year's budget to say that no, we're not going to start them because they're not going to be finished within the financial year. And like you alluded to, Councillor, we have had a lot of external funding that, and a lot of projects there, and the staff are under the pump to deliver them because of the hold up in deliveries of merchandise and things with COVID. There's been a lot of variances, but I know the CEO has been very, very firm on his commitment that Works for Queensland will be completed, all projects will be completed by the 30th of June this year. But moving forward, as far as your questioning about the capital program for the financial year, the next financial year, that's a conversation the GMs have with their staff and also it's part of our budget negotiations where you will have that option to say we present our upcoming capital budget to you, and that's when the hard questions and the challenges. Look forward to that conversation where you can challenge that forward project. So that's from a financial perspective. So,
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Just probably from the CEO's made it clear to us, we're just going through the fourth quarter review now. So if we do have those projects that we can't complete, like certainly there's projects that are just wanting to be finished over. So we're required to advise finance that yes, this has been completed. We haven't got the bills in yet, so that we need to restrict that 50,000. But it's been clear that the CEO said if we haven't completed or haven't got those projects and we're going to try to start something in June, that's a no-no. We need to actually put those projects into next year's budget. We can't, as a budget holder, assume that and this is some of the sins of the past that we've done. We've had the assumption was budgeted in last year, haven't done it. That 50,000 is still there, so we'll do the project next year. So that's been made abundantly clear by the CEO that we need to put those projects back in front of council and have those discussions as part of next year's budget. That those projects, are they still a priority of council? Are they a priority, and get them rebudgeted? That it's certainly been made clear to us that those projects that are, and we do have some of them. We identified in the third quarter that we've prioritised spending grant money so that if it's a capital funded project of councils, then we try to spend the external money first so that there is sometimes reasons for shifting projects out to the next financial year. But that's, it should come back through council as part of the budget discussions that this is funded now, but we need to reallocate the funds in next year so that we don't get caught in assuming that there's funding there for that.
Thanks, General Managers. Thanks, Mr. CEO. I'm pleased to hear that we've got that robust process whereby any projects that aren't delivered or aren't commenced by 30 June will be reconsidering those as part of the next year's CapEx budget on CapEx. I would also like to see perhaps if we can get General Manager a report brought forward to the May Standing Committee meeting for Executive Finance and Corporate in relation to projects and how they're tracking, just an updated status report for W4Q and also for our capital expenditure projects, if it's possible, GMs, just to get a summary report brought forward for council so we can just see where we're at come mid-June, mid-May on the tracking of those. That'd be much appreciated. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Potter, sorry, you had a question? No, you're all right with that? General Manager, do you want to add anything to that? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarity. Works that are under construction through the June period will be restricted cash into next year's budget. So they're identified at that quarterly review. So what we've done at the third quarter in probably a better process than last year is go through and identify projects that need to be reconsidered, and they will be put up through your CapEx program this year. Anything that's in physical construction will be restricted. So that's not, there's no crossover, if that makes sense. So it's a lot tighter process. So yeah, I think the big thing we've done this year is try to go early, and obviously there's some things that changed in the last quarter. But yeah, I think we're doing a much better job this year than we did last year. So.
Thank you, GM. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted a question on to GM Mayor, just on the Wando grandstand. I was at the races on the weekend and I was asked about where we're at with the grandstand. I see that you've got it's on track. You've done, like 3/4 of the work there. I'm just wondering, because it doesn't appear as if anything's happening there, just what's the plans as we move forward with that grandstand?
Yeah, I'll probably have to take the specific project on notice. I know we've awarded contracts, but to actually just get the, I'll probably just have to bring that one back, Councillor Duff. I'm just not familiar with it.
No, that's fine, General Manager. Councillor Duff, we'll take that on notice and can come back to the Can we bring that back perhaps to the Community Standing Committee meeting in May? Yeah, thank you. Councillors, other questions, comments in relation to the report? Okay, if not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you to our finance team for providing that information again, as they do every month. Okay, we'll move now on to the next item at 158, which is 9.5 independent accounting analysis. Okay, so just introduction on this for the community as well. This matter was considered at the Executive Finance and Corporate Standing Committee on the 21st of April 2021, and the committee recommended that sorry, get myself on the right page here. Committee considered the matter, 158, sorry, and there was a recommendation come forward that we engage an independent, appropriately qualified person to conduct an independent accounting analysis. I had moved that, and today I'm wanting to, for want of a better word, retract or significantly change that motion, if that's possible, Mr. CEO. Procedurally, can I change that recommendation?
Council can move what it wants. It's the committee, standing committees don't carry the delegation. That's why it's only a recommendation up to the council meeting. If it's a significant change to it, you've got the wording, Mr. Mayor, or you'll read it out.
Yes, I have.
We
I can read
might
that
just
out.
type in a new one and move from there. Or if it's an amendment to that, Linnell will just copy and then just play and change the wording. Yeah. So it's up to the floor of the meeting today to move what it requires.
Yeah, so thanks, Mr. C. I'm happy to move that off the floor then. And just a bit of background. Look, we've had some discussions since this was first tabled and discussed at the Executive Finance and Corporate Standing Committee meeting. I think that certainly council's got some challenging decisions that we have to make around our finances. Like many rural regional councils, we struggle to raise enough revenue from our rates and our levies and charges to support delivering on the expectations of our community around a whole plethora of services that we have to provide across this large region of ours. The original intention for me was to perhaps look to get some external advice to come in. But since we've had these discussions in recent times, I feel confident that council now together, we're tracking quite well in terms of some of the strategies that are coming forward from council in us working together with the senior executive team. And on that basis, I'm quite confident that Mr. CEO is having conversations with Queensland Treasury Corporation, if we do need any external advice as to whether they can perhaps provide some strategic advice about what other councils are doing. Many councils are in this predicament across the state. We're one of many facing this scenario. So I'm sure there's a lot of knowledge in QTC that we can also tap into. I've never been keen on spending more money on consultants, to be perfectly honest. So that's a little bit of background, particularly where I think we've got enough knowledge to deal with it ourselves. But if we can come together as a council and we can unite as a team and we can work together, we can work through solutions and strategies that are going to minimise impact on community, but help us to move towards a balanced budget, then I'm very comfortable that we've got enough, if there's enough will and enough, we've got enough expertise in our finance team. We just need to have the willing council for us to do that. I'm very much still keen to see that we can create a path to surplus, as Mr. CEO calls it, a path to surplus over the next 2 years, so that we can. I would certainly like to see council come out of deficit into surplus by the final year of our term, which is the 23-24 budget. So that's a bit of background, and so with such, I'd like to put the motion forward that South Burnett Regional Council work with our Chief Executive Officer to develop a strategy which provides a pathway to surplus by 2023/2024, and that such work commence in July 2021 with a view to finalisation of the strategy by 30 June 2022. So just while Linnell's typing that, that's a 2-year program to develop a path out of deficit with a view to delivering on that in the 23-24 budget. Council, I'll now move that. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Duff. So look, the proposal's up. It's out there for consideration. Councillors wishing to speak for or against, please speak up. Any concerns, any suggestions? Happy to hear those. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully support this amended resolution moving forward. Always believe that we've got the ability to do it internally, and listening to comments around the table in the last week or so that people refer to hard decisions that need to be made. This is right where it sits, right in this particular area. We need to work out what our assets are going to be. We want to know what our service level is going to be, and I think that will contribute immensely to the bottom line of our budget moving forward, and we will give a clear indication to ourselves, staff and the public of what we're trying to achieve, and I think that we can possibly get to that 23-24 pathway out of deficit. So I fully support this, and happy to support it here today.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Other councillors for or against? Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I support this amendment for sure, and as noted previously, Councillor Jones and myself didn't support the previous motion, but as Councillor Jones has alluded to, with our staff, we have great confidence in what's been happening over the last couple of weeks, but certainly the last 12 months, and look forward to that progressing over the next couple of years, and I have full confidence and therefore fully support this amendment. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for tabling this, and it's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully agree. I think our first live stream budget committee meeting yesterday was really fabulous, and it did show that we are trying to think differently about the problem put before us. I think it's a great opportunity to use the intel and the expertise that we have, and I know GM Susan with her team of finance personnel who bring exceptional professionalism to our organisation are keen to help us. They're hungry for a challenge like this, as are our senior team leaders. So I think it's a great opportunity for us as councillors to roll up our sleeves. Definitely it's not going to be easy, but unfortunately I fear if we don't show the courage now, and if we don't start making some tough calls, I wonder what the future of the South Burnett will be. We've certainly been challenged with smaller levels of funding, decreasing levels of funding over the previous years, and I'm really looking forward to working with my team here to do this work. I think it's certainly going to challenge us all, put us outside the box, but I think we really need to be there if we are to do the job that the people of the South Burnett have trusted us to do. So thank you, Mr Mayor. I look forward to what comes from this.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of this change, this new resolution on the table. Just thinking the same as you have done, that we're challenging the organisation to push back on consultants and to try and utilise the resources we've got where we can. And I think that we need to walk the talk. And in this instance, the community has elected us to make the tough decisions and to manage this. And we, with the expertise that we have in the finance department and across our organisation, I'd like to think, and with our CEO, obviously, with the experience he's had, that and an accountant-led mayor, that we can get this right. So keen to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Any other councillors? No. Okay, well, just in wrapping up, I just wanted to say that to the community that we have had, as our councillors have articulated, some really positive meetings over the course of the last week. One of them was our budget committee yesterday. Council stayed back after that, and we had a really frank discussion amongst ourselves, and I think we all put our hands up and signed up for the challenge ahead as a team of 7 councillors, that we are going to unite for you, the community. We're going to work together. We're going to work with our professional staff. Our CEO is going to support us with providing any advice that we might need from Queensland Treasury around this. So I think we're putting together a good team and we've got a really good process now. I'm very confident that we will get this job done for our community. And it's another example of where, like I said with Belcara before, we're just facing the challenges head on. We're not hiding under rocks. We're not running away. We're not leaving this until the 11th hour to deal with. We're getting in early. We're facing it up front and we're dealing with it. And I think that's, that's another demonstration that our council is on the job. So thanks for your support, everybody, of this motion. Okay, if there's no one else wanted to speak, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll now move on to the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Revenue Policy 21-22 at 159. General Manager Jarvis, did you want to lead us through that one? Thank you. We've got it there. I'll first of all put up the recommendation that Council Revenue Policy be adopted as presented. So do we have a mover for that? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Henshin. Okay, councillors, questions, comments? Feel free to speak. General Manager, if you'd like to add anything around the policy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, this policy was discussed there at our Finance and Corporate and Executive Standing Committee meeting, but just an overview there of what the intent of the policy. It's a statutory policy. It's to be adopted annually. So the revenue policy forms part of Council's budget each year. The Local Government Regulation 2012 identifies the matters that a local government must include in its revenue policy. So in essence, the revenue policy is a statement outlining the strategic policy position of Council in relation to revenue measures to be adopted in the budget. And then there is a list of requirements within the Act that the revenue policy must contain. So virtually it's giving us the power to levy rates and to give concessions. So the local government's revenue policy for a financial year must state A, the principles that the local government intends to apply in the financial year for 1, levying rates and charges, and 2, granting concessions for rates and charges, and 3, recovering overdue rates and charges, and 4, cost recovery methods. And if the local government intends to grant concessions for the rates and charges, the purpose for the concessions, and the extent to which physical and social infrastructure costs for a new development are to be funded by charges for the development. And 2, the revenue policy must state guidelines that must be used for preparing the local government's revenue statement. So as discussed yesterday, we went through in our budget workshop the concessions. This is how this all links in through our revenue policy. This is giving us the power to do that as part of our budget preparations. And the content also leads into our revenue statement there that identifies individual concessions or charges. Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, any questions in relation to that? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.7, Register of Fees and Charges schedule for 21-22 at 166. We've got the schedule there is attached to the agenda item, and of course the recommendation is that pursuant to section 97.2 of the Local Government Act 2009, the Register of Fees and Charges be received and adopted effective from 1 July 2021. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Frola, for second. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Just want to also add there that this has been discussed extensively by Council. I believe we covered this previously, and we've worked through that Register of Fees and Charges. So we're at a point today where there's been much discussion on this, but certainly happy to open the floor to further questions or comments, councillors. Duff.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just the one on the, and I think I did raise this, was the impounding fee for the cattle and horses. It's $350, and then it goes down to $67 for the second animal and down for the subsequent animals. And I know we've had issues in the past, and Councillor Jones will remember, where there was complaints about the cost of actually getting the animal back was more than the impoundment fee, so that they just left left the animal in the yards. And we did talk about making that the first fee, first animal, a lesser fee. And I'm just wondering, was that looked at, or is that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the original fees, we used to just have an impoundment fee per animal, so it was, say, $300 per head. So if there was 5 beasts impounded, it was $1,500. The changes here now is so if the 5 head are impounded, the first one is at the $300, and the next are at the reduced fee of the $60. So it would reduce say in that example, you'd have 4 times $60 rather than 4 times $300. So that was the change that was made, is actually to reduce. So the first one was is still at the $300. Well, it's at $315 here, but the additional fee. So if there was a mob impounded, then every animal isn't charged at that initial $300. So that was the change that was put in.
Would it be fair to say, the cattle producers in the room, that with the current price of cattle, that if one was to lose a weaner, they'd be happy to pay the $315 to get it back in terms of what you could get for it at the local market? Perhaps the market environment's changed now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely agree, because at the time when this was introduced, the cattle prices were so low that it wasn't worth your while getting it out of the impound, like the yards. But now I think with the prices, obviously it'd certainly be worth your while. But I mean, that was just an issue I want to raise, because I know that there was one. I think it was someone from around Coolangatta was concerned about it, and they asked us to look at it. Yeah.
I imagine also, General Manager, we'd incur I don't imagine there's much profit in that for council. We're probably just covering our cost at $315. Can imagine the work involved in getting the beast, impounding it, paying the impoundment fees, the cost that we've got to incur. Would that be fair to say that this really probably only just a cost recovery at best for council?
Yes, certainly is, and certainly with the impounding of cattle isn't our first priority. So generally, if we can get our first priority is the public safety. So if we have beasts on a road, then our priority is to get it off the road. So obviously we be working with landowners and trying to get cattle back into the paddock first. So often if we do have an impounded beast, we may have attended that a couple of 3 or 4 times previously, or a call out at night sort of thing. So I'd probably suggest that we don't cover our costs, but we also need to have them set at a reasonable fee, as Councillor Duff's alluded to. If we charge too much, then no one wins if we have a beast left in the pound.
Thanks, General Manager. It may be an incentive for the farmer to perhaps send that beast into the sale. I would say, yes, if it keeps getting through the fence. Anyway, Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's certainly what I'd be doing with that beast. I just had a question reading through the report here. I can see that, the fees and charges, I've been through the schedule, have generally increased by 1%. It says, however, some fees have not changed from those charged in 2020-21 financial year, and a more detailed review undertaken in some cases. The charges for 2020-21 financial year have been included in the schedule to allow comparison. I can't see a giant, I think what I can see there is pretty reasonable, but I just was going to ask the question, in case I've missed it, was there anything identified in that detailed review that has significantly changed in this fees and charges schedule that council should be aware of?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, councillor, there wasn't. A lot of those charges that didn't were instructed because of we were given direction by the mayor and the CEO to increase it just by CPI. Generally speaking, the fees and charges, taking into view the ability for our community to pay there. So we felt that was reasonable. We have statutory fees that obviously we have, your right for information, and that we're actually given those fees. We have no control over the cost of those fees. So they stayed constant, or we will get those as they're reviewed by individual departments or state departments there. The fees that we did review and didn't increase were, like your generalised fees for the community, like your photocopying fees, and like to add 1% to that was sort of onerous because a lot of pensioners use that facility, a lot of children, school children, they use that. So we didn't see that. Like I said, we're not a profit-driven thing. We're more of a service industry. So the fees that did need to increase were increased by the 1%. Yes, but no. To answer your question, there was nothing outstanding. Oh, sorry, Peter?
Actually, I was probably just going to mention that there was, in the swimming pool, entries, probably just to be transparent, is that we did have some quite significant increases in there. We've done a comparison across regional facilities, so particularly probably around the season passes and that, and yeah, I know we did went through that with council and explained how many visits a season pass will equate to, but yeah, there might not big number. Particularly big number increases, but percentage-wise. So when you increase small fees, the percentage increases. So yeah, that's probably just one of note is that swimming pool fees, but that was based on in comparison with other facilities, particularly the Nango Aquatic Centre is open 12 months of the year as opposed to a normal summer season pool. So that was it. The other one we have, which is probably a reduction in fees, is just around the restricted dogs, keeping of those. So it was really just aligning the administrative activities that we have to undertake then with the fee. So previously we had a fairly a high fee to try discourage people from keeping the dogs. From experience, this hasn't helped. People still want to retain the dogs, and it's probably just tied us up into more. And we've been to QCAT in court, so it's actually ended up costing council more in defending those fees. So we've brought them back down to a cost recovery. There was a fee since this report and since we workshopped with council, and it was just going to flag that there were impounding fees for not animals, but for say dogs. We do have a sliding scale, so for the first, second, third impounding fee, and so it's still reflected in the fees and charges here. We've just recently had a query from the Ombudsman Office on the rationale around sliding scales for impounding fees. Sort of the query being is because these are cost recovery fees, so council can't charge more than the cost of providing that service. So their query is if we impound a dog for the first time or the second time or the third time, how does that increase the fees that we've incurred? So is it just to be charging a higher fee for the third time? We've certainly had a backwards and forwards, and we can justify the fees that we're charging, and it's we certainly see that the first impounding fee is getting a bigger discount than the third time. So the more times we impound the dog, we certainly feel that people need to pay more of the cost that it's costing to provide that service. But it is in negotiations with the Ombudsman, it is something that we sort of made a commitment that we would look at having that as a set impoundment fee and then review that over the coming 12 months, as they certainly wanted to look in at the actual cost of providing that entire service. So talk to the CEO, it probably is one that would be noting that would be good to amend that today. This has just come up with the Ombudsman since these reports have been compiled and went through the committee, so there's probably just a late change we would like to talk to.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, it would be just the recommendation would be the same, but received as amended. The second and third impounding fee would just be moved back to the 105. So their comment while we do the review with the Ombudsman's office. I wouldn't change the minimum two penalty units. It's just a dollar figure. The General Manager, this was a very late issue that we've had. It's not, actually it's not that it's we've been forced to change it or told we have to. It's actually a conciliatory offer that we've made to them. So look, we're happy to review. The lateness of the process now, we just won't get a review done between now and 30 June. So we'll just amend it back at the moment, do the review and then finalise it for next financial year.
Mr. CEO, just in terms of that motion then, for the legal, how do we just make sure we've covered off on that?
Just we have received as amended, second and third dog impounding fees $105 and be adopted effective from 1st July. Impounding fees. Be set at 100, yeah, 100, be set at $105.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Councillors Fraloff and Potter, are you comfortable with those changes? Yep, okay. Councillor Potter, you 105, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but the idea of the impounding fee and the sliding scale is to try and deter people from being able from not keeping their dogs in their yards properly. And I do feel that the sliding scale is probably a better deterrent than just having it at 105, because you know, your first impounding fee at 105 and then your 160, 180. To me, the 180 is, you know, would be more of a deterrent for some people, and they might be inclined, instead of spending 180 on letting their dog getting out, they might spend that 180 on actually repairing their fence. I just feel that if we're able to, we should keep the fees as they are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Oh, sorry,
I'm
Mr. CEO.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Councillor, if we may, we prosecuted this argument. It would be to keep the fees as they are. We would end up for the next, it will hold up changing of the impoundment fees for a period of time. So actually, we're not actually disagreeing with you as far as the incentive to keep in. I'll probably, without getting myself in too much trouble, it's the responsibility of every dog owner to keep their animal within their yard. It really is. There's a range of issues that we face as far as someone left the gate open. At the end of the day, the responsibility is on the owner to keep the dog in the yard. This is an action that we've undertaken with the Ombudsman. And as I said, it's all very conciliatory and everyone's working together. We need to do a review. Happy to bring the fees back as fast as we can to try and get this resolved before 30 June, rather than holding up this whole process for 2 fees, and particularly in the area of the dogs. Don't disagree with the sentiment, I really don't. But it just is just an administrative tool at the moment to allow us to progress this and work with the complainants and also and come back with a little bit of science. We are well aware that, I shouldn't say well aware, we are totally of the belief we're actually under recovering what the cost of actual impoundment is. But if we moved it up to the actual cost of impoundment, there probably wouldn't be a dog ever reclaimed, because it would be just by the time you put them in the pound. And the greatest thing would be an education campaign and getting people to keep their dogs in their yard. That would be the best outcome. But yeah, at the moment, again, please probably try and prosecute this. This will allow this to progress forward, and while we do the work in the background.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Potter and Mr. CEO. Okay, well, Councillor, we've got that amended. We've got the motion there. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.8, Councillor Shoemaker. Well, just noted, Councillor Shoemaker has left the room. As Council attends to 9.8, release of restricted cash on developer contributions at 219. So this matter was considered at the Executive Finance and Corporate Standing Committee meeting, on the 21st of April. And the committee recommends to Council that the request from deceased estate for release of restricted cash due to the refund of water supply headworks under assessment 11412-0000000, a proposed subdivision developer contribution which has not commenced, be approved. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Fraloff. Seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers for or against? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I think we can bring Councillor Shoemaker back in now. And in the meantime, we'll go on to item 9.9, which is a request to waive disputed rates, debt recovery, legal costs and interest at 220. So we'll just wait for Councillor Shoemaker to return. In the meantime, the information's provided there, as I said, at page 220, Council to consider. We didn't even give Councillor Shoemaker time to make a cup of tea. That was a quick decision, one of the benefits of our standing committees. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Shoemaker has now returned to the meeting, and we're moving on to deal with 9.9. And this again was considered at the Executive Finance and Corporate Standing Committee meeting on the 21st of April, and the committee recommends to Council that South Bennett Regional Council does not accede to the request to waive the disputed legal costs and interest for assessment number 14376-000000-000. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers for and against. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're on to now item 10.1, which is the Blackbutt CBD footpath at 221. Council, this matter was considered at the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting held on the 7th of April, where a report was provided in relation to the first stage of redeveloping infrastructure within Blackbutt, subject to the endorsement of the master plan. And the project includes a key aspect of asset renewal works, rehabilitating the footpaths and curb and channel, as well as sitting people with disability bays. Additional works will also be considered for Colston Street, increasing the scope to include Les Muller Park and other community-based infrastructure. And so the committee recommend, as a result of that committee meeting, committee recommend to Council that Council release the Blackbutt CBD Master Plan, the Blackbutt CBD Footpath and PWD Bay Design for public consultation, and Council increase the budget for the Stage 1 project by $750,000 from the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure LRCI funding to include footpath upgrades to both sides of Colston Street Refuge, street furniture, landscaping and upgrades to Les Muller Park. So that's the recommendation from the committee. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Jones. So, Council, we'll now open that to debate. Speakers for or against? Councillors? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think this is great. Blackbutt is the, we've got so many entrances to the South Bennett, so this is classed as our eastern entrance or southern entrance? Southern entrance, there you go. So I think this is great for our community. I think it's great for Blackbutt, and I have had an email against this proposal, but I've also had quite a few emails forwarded through to me that are for this proposal. So I, for one, am very much in favour of this proposal, and I think the more we can do for our smaller outer-line communities, the better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Other councillors? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm definitely for this project and proposal, and I understand, I have to say I was quite disappointed with some of the conversations that have come out in our community. Our intent as a council is really to set Blackbutt and our region up for success. And I think the feedback we gathered the other day around some of the aesthetics, some of the car parks, the trees, these sorts of things, they're things that we can definitely work on. I understand this budget has been set based on the core infrastructure that's required to deliver the project, and I'd just like to confirm that with GM Meehan, if possible.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, our budget nomination, regardless of what options come up with, we'll work to the 1.3 million if that's what council adopts. And what we will do is our intent with the resolution, if I may, Mr. Mayor, based on that was to bring the final design back to council for adoption prior to construction, if that.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. I think that's the next step. That makes sense to me. If we put the money aside to do the project, do it properly, get it finished, and then we come back, we take all community feedback, views and ideas into consideration, and we finalise the master plan. I think the intent is really to make Blackbutt our southern entrance and the tourist town that it is becoming. Like, it is annoying me as a local that I do have to wait so long to buy a pie these days, because there are so many people in town, to really give it a freshen up. There has not been an injection of funds like this in Blackbutt for a very long time. I'm mindful that we need to spend the money responsibly and stretch it as much as we can, get best value GME in for the people of Blackbutt, and a long-term outcome, which I guess, will see us not need to go back and try to freshen up old infrastructure. This is really about renewing, replacing, getting our region ready for its future. So I'm 100% behind this. I'm excited, as Blackbutt was my hometown, and I'm excited to see what we'll do with this funding for the businesses in Blackbutt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Other councillors? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this recommendation. I attended the meeting, as I know every councillor did. I think Councillor Potter was an apology, but and I know that GM Meehan was also there. And I just wanted to, I actually have got my phone to quote what the article from Southman Online, so the community, this is the feedback: as many car parking spaces as possible, no garden beds in the middle of the road, leave the footpath as is, and definitely no roundabout. These were the opinions aired at a council consultation meeting attended by about 50, I thought there was more, but 50 Blackbutt residents at Memorial Hall on Tuesday night. So prior to that meeting, I had also gone to Blackbutt. I had planned to meet up with Councillor Jones, but he was unable to be there. But I was actually approached, I didn't even initiate, I was approached by two business owners who were absolutely, one lady said she had 4 businesses in town and she was absolutely not wanting to lose those pavers under any condition, and she was just begging me to support not losing the pavers because she was designing a whole infrastructure. She's doing another business around that. She loves the look and she did not want that altered. So I know I've also received about 7 emails in favour. So I absolutely support doing something in Blackbutt, but I'm concerned that we have a divided community over this. I know we've still got the community plans. We haven't seen any of the community plan feedback from Blackbutt. All that stuff is still being collated. It's $1.3 million. I think we need to get it right. I'm also concerned about the fact that, and Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Potter and the Mayor, we met with the Wandai we went to the industrial estate and met with the Parkside managers and their team, and they were absolutely beside themselves because they just had a visit from the transport officer saying that they couldn't put B doubles into that industrial estate, and they were so. I know that we have plans to do the work at the industrial estate, but from my feedback is we're going to have to do that. We were advised that we need to make that whole area a gazetted B double route. So I mean, I just think that we should wait with the Blackbutt one, get it right, and make sure we've got 100% support from the community, and put this money towards fixing up that Wandai industrial estate, because I think that we risk with that particular issue. There is just so much at stake there. We've got this, not only the industrial estate but also Pring Street. They're concerned about Pring Street where they've got their green timber business, that they can't put B doubles along that road either. So we have to upgrade that one, and then this only happened last week. So we've got some money from the LRIC for that, but I'm quite sure that to make that whole industrial estate, to gazette it all as B double, there'll be more than just what we put in the budget. And then, so they employ at that industrial estate, they employ just Parkside itself and about 35 or 40 people, and then their green business, they've employed another 30 or 40. So they've got about 75 people they said they employ. But it's not only just that particular business, Parkside, there's other businesses affected. And we were just absolutely alarmed by it. I think that that's an absolute must-have. I think the Blackbutt one would love to have, but it's just, at this point, I'm just a bit reluctant for two reasons. One is I'm concerned about what we have to do at the industrial estate, but two is I think we have a divided community on what's happening in Blackbutt, because I heard people say, even with the disability bays, people were saying to me that they don't want them in the main street, they want them down in Hart Street. They'd rather spend their money on dog off leash and having more shade shelter and doing up the water feature and all sorts of things. So I'm just concerned that we spend that money or put it in the budget here and we still have a divided community and we haven't done proper consultation. So just wanting to flag that I think this money needs to be for the Wondai Industrial Estate. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and not a bad argument, Councillor Duff, but unfortunately today I had a late email sent to me, not an email, sorry, a text message, and it says, "Hi, sorry I've been doing night shift down at the bakery. Let council know that I support spending the allocated money for Blackbutt on plan option number 3 with stamped concrete and designated walkway across the toilets to the pub. Signed, Roberta Anson," the one that owns 4 businesses in the main street of Blackbutt. Fully supportive. I've been down myself, councillor, and spoken to a lot of the businesses, so I circulated all the letters of support last night that I had. I've had 2 sent to me this morning, but I haven't been able to circulate them because we weren't allowed to use our phones, Mr Mayor, so that's why you haven't received them. So 100% approval from every business in the main street of Blackbutt that thinks it's a necessary spend. In reference to your Wondai Industrial Estate Councillor, if you remember, I was the one that strongly supported that and you were against it. You were against the amount of money, but anyway, we won't go there. I was fully supportive. I knew the state of that road and it needed to be fixed. Not denying that we need to spend the money there, but I don't believe, or I'm not going to stand here without an argument for my regional town of Blackbutt to let go the money to go to there. We have other options, and I'll revert back to the Mergen footpath, councillor. We started that footpath with absolutely no idea what we were doing, but we supported it. And I will say that the 500,000, and you won't acknowledge it, but you say it's on paper and all that, but I give up a $500,000 culvert project in my area to support the Mergen footpath and get that project going. Now, we continued on along those lines and we made sure it happened. And look at the difference it's made to Mergen. Look at the difference. And you say that this is not warranted in Blackbutt, it's only a wish. I believe that it is an imperative thing. How many times have I heard in this chamber that Blackbutt is such a great town, it's a first place. Banark Blackbutt is the first thing that you see when you come into South Burnett from Brisbane. We need to make a great representation and presentation. We've done it in Mergen. This project has 1.3 million budget. Your general manager has just said, and with the councillor asking the question, the final design will be brought back to council for approval. So therefore, we still have the control of making sure it goes under that 1.3 million budget. This is $550,000 from capital works from this current budget, plus a $750,000 increase from the LRCI funding. Now, it's very ironic that in Yarraman, in Toomey Street, they're doing an upgrade very similar to this, and they're actually proposing to put narrowing the access across the street for pedestrians, exactly what we're trying to produce in Blackbutt. The other things that it's going to pick up, the driveways and the drainage problems will be all addressed in this spend of the money, which is going to be an ongoing issue for council. John Street near the service station has had a terrible dip in the road for years that the community have been whinging about for so long. Disabled parking, we've already got disabled parking up around in Muir Street that don't have any ramps. That will be all picked up in this. The park upgrade to a tier 1 park that we're continuing to try and address across our region. and trying to get tier 1 parks into our community. We've got to address QE2 Park in Mergen. You want that to be done. I fully support that. How we get the money to do that, we don't know. We work our way around it. These are the decisions we've got to have in the conversation around budget time. But I just think right now, with the confirmation from the General Manager that our budget, I've spoken to the people that are working on these designs, they are very confident that they can come in and produce everything that the Blackbutt people want. Now, I've got feedback from the people at Blackbutt in these businesses, and they've been talking to the community, and the community is excited and positive. They are starting to explain and understand what's going on down there. They are excited about it. You will get your naysayers. We went to Mergen. We didn't keep everyone happy in Mergen. And if we're in this game to think we're going to get 100% popularity, never going to be achievable. But we keep the majority. So further community consultation, talking to the people, all the businesses are on board with what, the basic start of our design. Option 3 is what they've all come to. They all want that proposal across there with the walkway, the toilets, the park upgrade, all that sort of stuff. $150,000, $200,000 is proposed to go into the park alone. Somewhere around that figure, I would believe. So car parks, we're not losing car parks in that option 3 and the proposal there. I've had conversations on last Thursday and Friday with the community, the townspeople, the business people, and they said, well, this is some of the options I just said. Well, we could drop 7 trees down to 5, pick up another 2 car parks, make the shelter, instead of having it a big shelter, make it just a shelter over the top of the walkway, pick up another 2 parks. So in the overall plan of what Blackbutt's proposing, when we start, we have 112, we could end up to 118, 120 car parks. So we're not losing car parks in that option 3 with the proposed plan that we're doing. So they're just some of the feedback back there. So yeah, I'm fully supportive and Blackbutt certainly needs it and they're keen to move forward with this.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, look, I'm actually quite concerned with Councillor Duff's talk of the disability car park, Mr Mayor, because she said that that should be just around the corner in Hart Street. But people with disabilities, I think the ruling now is 50 metres. They've got to be able to get to where they want to go within 50 metres, and putting parks around the corner for people with disabilities, that's being discriminatory. We need to be an inclusive society, and this is something that I'm very, very passionate about. And pavers, I mean, we all know the issues we've had with pavers as well. The people with pavers, the issues with pavers dropping, and people, I mean, here in Kingaroy, we've had people that have fallen over, broken glasses, noses, whatever. So we really need to be careful if we're going to keep pavers, because I don't believe pavers are the best way to go. This is why I really support this new design for Blackbutt. And in the recommendation, it says Council release the Blackbutt CBD master plan, the Blackbutt CBD footpath and parking with disability bay design for public consultation. I mean, we're going back out to the public for more consultation, if I'm correct, according to this. Is that correct, GM Meehan?
Yeah, sure, GM.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, just per my previous advice, we'll go out to further consultation based on the meeting the other night. We actually got a little bit out of that meeting, particularly around some of the design elements there. And again, we'll bring back the final design for that. Just if I may, just in relation to the PWD, there was always a design for 2 PWDs to go into the CBD. I think that was based on previous feedback we had through the previous council and listening to us. One of the concepts we're looking to do is to move the PWD down to the park to give disabled access to those toilets. Which would be again, one of those things we would bring back to council for the consultation. So there are options for the PWD to be remained in the main street.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Potter. GM. Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm fully supportive of this, and sorry, Councillor Duff, and I confer with Councillor Potter. Having family that's incapacitated and disabled and have been, and I'm sure everyone in this room has had someone, loved one or friends along that path as well. Pavers might be a beautiful thing, but I'm at pains to understand But anybody with a disability will tell you that pavers are the most dangerous and awkward thing to walk or progress along, be it with a walking stick or a wheelchair. I think what we're trying to do in Blackbutt, along with all of our other towns in revitalisation, is take it to another level. And in this era, in this modern day and modern world we live in, I'm fully supportive of it. And as Councillor Jones has alluded to, many of those things, I needn't go back to them, but in the meeting we went to, where most of us councillors were at, we saw exactly what happened there, with people leaving the room in disappointment because they were fully supportive of it. And the other side of where you will not get 100% support, Councillor Duff, in anything that we try and do, were quite aggressive. And we all saw and experienced that, which was a little disappointing. And I think where we're trying as a council in working together with communities and again, Blackbutt is one of our many gateways. That doesn't need we single out our gateways, because every town and village in the South Bennett, I hope in time, gets something major done to them. It's all around budgetary costs and regulations and whatnot, of course, but I can't support this enough, and I will with any other town within our region, be it a gateway or be it a village. If we can do something for it, and Cumbia's earmarked, we've got Wandai, and correct me if I'm wrong, General Manager Meehan, but there's been a lot of work already go into that Wandai industrial estate prior to the main roads making their presence felt the other day down there. So we're on the front foot with that, I can at least say, in some costings and looking at what was going to be done there, because we'd seen there was urgent work required there quite some time ago, prior to the main roads stepping in and making it what we already knew was going to happen there. So we were certainly on the front foot with the Wandai industrial development, and as Councillor Jones alluded to, we will work together and find a way to get these developments and improvements done as a council. So fully supportive of this, Blackbutt.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Anyone else want to speak before we give Councillor Mover? He was Councillor Potter, so we'll give you the right to reply there, Tanita. But other councillors can have a second opportunity. You get 3 minutes and no more than 3 minutes. I'll expect that. So I think Councillor Shoemaker was first. Thanks, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the conversation. I fully respect everyone's view and opinion in this discussion. For me, probably what I'm thinking, and I understand some of the things that both Councillor Duff and Councillor Jones have said, the reality is, though, that regardless of our divisions, we need to think about our region as one region. And this project will benefit our region as a whole. It will benefit the livability and lifestyle of Blackbutt for the residents of Blackbutt, which is really, really important. But it'll also have tourism outcomes, which will help local business in the street. And it'll have on-flowing benefits for the people of the South Burnett. Everybody I know in Kingaroy, in Mergen, everybody knows Blackbutt. Everybody loves the little town of Blackbutt. And it's been such a long time since, I've absolutely hated this past 12 months. And I know I've probably driven GM Meehan and some of the staff's mad, because I've sent in so many photographs, those half-rotten, half-dead trees in the main street, the rose gardens, which were once full of beautiful roses, they're not there anymore. So much has changed in our community in this time. And I would like to bring some of that pride back to the little town of Blackbutt. And I understand every single dollar we contemplate. $1.3 million is nothing to be sneezed at. I don't think any one of us is thinking that way. But if that's what it costs to do the job properly, and that's the budget that we feel is realistic for this project, then I trust the work that's been happening behind the scenes. I know there's been a lot of work over these last 12 months in regard into shaping up this project, and I want to see it delivered properly. I absolutely agree with some of the comments. There are some things that are not negotiable. Parking for people with disabilities, I'm sorry. I'm a young, fit, young person, as much as I like to think that anyway, and the reality is I can park around the corner, and I will happily park around the corner if it means somebody with a disability or in a wheelchair can actually get out and enjoy Blackbutt and be a part of our community. I will walk a block or two. I will be happy with that, and I'm sure many residents would think the same way. We absolutely need to get it right. I agree with Councillor Henshin, 100% support from our community. That's unrealistic. It's idealistic. But I do think we are listening, and I think we're hearing General Manager Meehan, and I know the work Councillor Jones has done with this proposal. The meeting that the Mayor convened the other day in Blackbutt, there were some, despite the negativity, there was some little nuggets of wisdom that have been incorporated into the project. And absolutely, the aesthetics, the people of Blackbutt need to own that. So they should have a say in that. I think there were some great ideas put forward.
Councillor, I might just interject there. You're into 4 minutes, so
Yeah,
if we can
worries,
if we can
Mr.
wrap it
Mayor.
up, thank you.
But look, I agree we have to get it right. I think this is a great project. It aligns with our corporate plan that we've just adopted, EC1, 2, EC12, enhancing livability and lifestyle. And I think just let's get started. Let's stop tearing ourselves apart over these sorts of things.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The wheelchair access was brought to me by wasn't my idea. It was just some people, business owners, different people on that night said, and exactly where General Manager Meehan's saying, down the other end, not in front of those other shops that are going to lose their car parks. It was down near the toilets. So that was a lot of feedback. But my concern is, yeah, I've already raised the fact that I think there's a divided community over that. Everybody, there would have been 50 or 60 people in there. They all put their hand up not to have the footpath done, not to lose any car parks, not to add any more trees or gardens. They wanted the planter boxes. I just saw that. That's my feedback. Someone needs to put forward their case because they were there, and that's what and plus the people that I talked to the day I went to Blackbutt. So I'm putting up their side of the argument, but also the elephant in the room. And I admit that when I saw the industrial estate, I hadn't even looked at what was proposed. Then I went there and had a look to see what Deputy Mayor Jones and Councillor Henshin were talking about, because that came from left field to see all this money being spent in the industrial estate. Went there. The day I went back was where they were just beside themselves. They said that now they're going to have to decouple on the Bunya Highway, which is totally unsafe. I know the Mayor's going to try and talk to the Minister and give us some time to fix all that up. But and we're still, we don't know what that's going to cost, but I just think that because of that, we've got to find that money ASAP to try and get them so that they can actually operate as a parkside and those other businesses. And so I'm just concerned that this, as I said before, we've got a divided community on this. There's no rush for this one. The other one is urgent, and I'm just be interested to hear General Manager Meehan's comments on that, because I know that it's only early days, but they're talking about us having to try and gazette that whole area as a B-double route.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. GM, did you want to address that issue with the Wandai Industrial Estate and Pring Street? Look, just a bit more information for the community, because I think if I was watching this, I'd be confused. With all due respect, Councillor Duff. I've received daily phone calls from the manager of Parkside since Sunday. He's, I think, in panic mode. DTMR inspectors were there last Friday morning, and they indicated to the truck drivers coming in with B-doubles that they were to not come into were not to enter the industrial estate without decoupling. We then made contact with yourself, GM, and you indicated that when James Darcy, the design manager, got back, that would be looked at. At this point in time, many of those drivers, and there's a large number of them, don't have permits to go in there. So what happens is that we've got Parkside, which employs, as Councillor Duff said, the manager tells me about 75 people across their two locations. They tell me there are dozens of others, subcontractors that employ people that work for them. In addition to that, we've got a B-double mechanic down the end of the road. There's apparently dozens of B-doubles go into his business over the course of a month to get serviced. We've also got, the concrete factory there? And I was told by the inspector that they also wouldn't be, their trucks that they're bringing in don't comply to come in on that road. So, and they don't just use the section that's been nominated by us for our works plan that I've got here in front of me. They use a lot more of the estate. They go way down the back, the trucks, and go up around the back end. So I think there is a lot of concern amongst Parkside and fellow businesses down there. The implication for Parkside is if they can't get B doubles in there, that's going to significantly hamper and have major implications for their business. They're the biggest employer in Wondai and Mergen district at this point in time, outside of government, and I'm really concerned about our capacity to deal with that. So, like Councillor Duff, I'm really keen to hear from you, GM, as to where we're at with that process and what our options are moving forward, because it's a matter of absolute urgency. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Yeah, so my understanding is that the Wondai Industrial Estate is not a B-double approved route. Okay, I'm not aware that it previously had been a B-double approved route. There is a provisional permit being issued by our office for a section of that where they can go straight ahead coming into Old Dip Road. So there is a single approval that's been given provisionally through that. My understanding is that we can trial B-doubles under the NHVR regulations, but I'll get James to confirm that. Just in relation to bringing up to B-double, our scope of work that we've nominated for the moment for Wondai is to fix the pavement issue. So the loading, obviously the pavement's under a bit of stress. As far as bringing that estate up to B-double access, there's probably a number of options we can look at there. Firstly is whether our nominated traffic configuration will allow B-doubles to use the estate in a one-way fashion. So it may be that the estate in its current geometry can take B-doubles, but we'll just have to confirm and do design work in relation to that. The other thing is too, as far as allowing B-doubles, is if the road needs additional work to be widened, we may not be able to do that due to the drainage. So if we were to widen the road, it would push the drainage into the property. Which is one of the things that we've highlighted there, particularly along Burrows Street. So we are looking at, if we were to allow B-doubles in there, what do we need to do? Do we need to upgrade the width of the road? I don't know if we can physically do that in some locations. If you push the water from the drain into the property, we can be liable for that under common law. So one of the configurations that we've looked at is if we were to make it one way, would that comply with B-double standards? So the map I think I circulated to council was two-way into Bunya Avenue, and then obviously Burrows Street one way. So given that it's single, if it's one way, that allows the B-double or the oversized vehicle to use the full width of the road without having two-way traffic. So that may comply. We just have to look at further design work in that space, Mayor. The other thing is too, if there is a compliance issue there and we do need a breakdown area, council may look to construct a breakdown in close proximity to the estate. The other discussion we'll need to have obviously is with TMR around any requirements that they may have as far as the upgrade of that intersection if it was to go to B-double. There's a lot of things here to probably consider outside of our scope of pavement, if that makes sense. I think given the width issues, I'll just need to take advice from James and his team and do some work through there. James will make contact with the Parkside operators to understand too what sort of volume of vehicles are going in there and what some of those growth expectations are. So there's quite a bit of work there to go through and see what our possible solutions are. So we'd probably problem solve it, Mayor, if that makes sense, and come back with some options around what that could look like if we needed to upgrade for the combination of vehicle.
Thanks, GM. I would appreciate your staff acting promptly on this. The Parkside management are beside themselves with worry on a daily basis. I'd suggest they're not sleeping at the moment. They've got a multi-million-dollar investment down there. I think we need to act quickly. I believe Councillor Duff has sent an email out in relation to this, so I would really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure that they would too. Look, okay, I've listened to what everyone said here, and you know, we had a discussion yesterday about really managing our money really carefully. And so I've watched these discussions. I've watched the toing and froing happening in council. I've watched the toing and froing happening in the community, and I have. I suppose I'd like to talk this through a bit more because it is an important decision. First, I'd like to say that from my point of view as one of the councillors, it's long overdue that we do something with Blackbutt. You know, it is absolutely the Southern Gateway. I was there on Monday morning talking to tourists and people. It's becoming a really popular tourist spot. People staying there from Brisbane for 4 days, riding the rail trail. If anyone thinks the rail trail is not popular, go for a drive and have a look at the people on it on the weekend. It was just, there were bikes everywhere on Monday across the rail trail, all over the region, from Mergen to Blackbutt and Yarraman and down through the Linville area, absolutely everywhere. Locals in Blackbutt, talked to a lot of them. And yeah, absolutely. I think everyone wants to see this development happen. Blackbutt needs, it's a southern gateway entry point to our region, and I think it does have an absolute regional benefit to develop Blackbutt as the southern entry, because it's the front counter. Blackbutt's the front counter. It's the first impression people see. We've got to get this right and do it well, absolutely. And I commend Councillor Jones for the work that he's done. I raised concerns at the Standing Committee about the consultation, though. I know we had a graph, and I've got a copy of it here, that showed that the numbers were 27 people over 2 days, were shown on your graph, General Manager, as being consulted. I've got that here, I can show you, 27 people being consulted. I was concerned that maybe we didn't get the board committee coming forward. The opportunity was given, but they didn't come forward when Councillor Jones was down there. I know that Robbie Robbins helped, a local resident, and I know that he's written a letter suggesting that he'd like to see council step back and take a bit more time around the planning and consultation of this before we commit the $1.3 million. I've seen that on my email as well. So I'm a little bit torn on this one. I want to see us do the job. I want to see us do it well. But I think we have to proceed with a little bit of caution. I know you probably all think I'm a little bit of a overly conservative being an accountant, but you know, I'm looking at our cash balance, and I know that, you know, I know cash isn't everything, General Manager, but, you know, we do have $33.6 million worth of debt, 30 June. We're going to have $35.6 million worth of cash. So on that report that we received today, at 30 June this year, our cash balance is projected by our professional accountants to be 35.6. Our debt's 33.6. I don't know, I think it's been a long time before we've been sailing that close to the wind in terms of our cash versus our debt. Now, I know, General Manager, there's more to it. It's not that easy just to say it's all about cash, okay? But we've got some big chunky expenses coming up. We've got to be really careful with our restricted cash, because our CapEx is going to come under massive pressure, particularly with water infrastructure. I know we said we can borrow to do that, but I don't know if there's appetite in the community for us to go out and borrow a whole big swag of money over this term of council. You know, we have, and I am very concerned about the fact that, just hearing you there, General Manager, talk about the uncertainty around Parkside, around the Bondi Industrial Estate, the uncertainty around Pring Street as well. I know a decoupling station, finding land for that would be ideal, but many of the truckies that I've talked to said that that's going to massively change the productivity. Parkside, that'll massively affect their productivity. This company's not going backwards, they're growing. They're putting another plant across the road. They're looking to extend and employ more people. They're looking to bring some of their overseas manufacturing back into our local region to provide more jobs. And I would hate to see anything that gives them a disincentive to grow and expand in our region. I think that our job as a council is to provide the infrastructure that enables business in our region to grow and prosper. I've talked about providing fertile soil upon which our communities can grow. And if we can't get big doubles in there, I don't see that as fertile soil for that industry to grow. At the moment, we've got 1.95 million in LRCI. Now, out of that, it's being proposed that out of that 1.95, that we put 750,000 to this project. We put 900,000 towards the Bondi Industrial Estate, and of course this is yet to be resolved, but it's a recommendation that's coming forward later, and 300,000 towards Harris Road. So we've got 750, 900 and 300. Now my concern is if Bondi Industrial Estate, and I'm getting a feeling from what you're saying, GM, it's going to go out to much more than 900,000 if we've got to develop that, even if we can, to a full B double circuit right around that whole industrial estate. And if we've got to do the same in Pring Street, we could be up for, I would think, much more than $900,000. And with the way our cash balance is right now, we have put an extra $2 million of our road money into KTP. I'm just not sure where that money's going to come from to do that work. And if we're in a position not to be able to fund it, even if we can make it compliant, I'd be really concerned for the future of the jobs of all those people down in Wondai who rely on that facility. So I just wanted to make that point for starters. And I know, General Manager, you can't tell us what the cost is until the design's done. Who knows what that could end up blowing out to. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm also a little bit confused about probably staying on the money. The first 550,000 GM, is that currently in our capital expenditure budget that was resolved for this current financial year?
Yes, I believe so, Mayor.
So is the project likely to start before 30 June, this one, if depending on what happens today?
Yeah, so if it depends on what happens today, we would obviously look at staging, depending on what council decides to do in resolution of how that project proceeds.
Okay, so it would get into whip before 30 June in terms of carrying that forward, or would that 550 need to come back for a new resolution of council in July if there isn't work under construction pre-30 June?
Yeah, so per my earlier comments, Mayor, any project that we are starting work on will be restricted for carryover under construction. So if something was to change, obviously this one's, we would look at the fourth quarter review. So there's a fourth quarter review coming back from council. So depending on what council does with some of those projects, we'll obviously bring back what our latest advice is and seek direction on how you want to handle those projects that haven't started.
But at this stage, you're expecting that this will be work under construction before 30 June?
Yeah, that was our intention.
So we'd restrict the 550 on that basis?
Yeah, that would be our plan.
Okay. Now, okay, so I guess what I'm a little bit confused about is when we sat here in the standing committee meeting, we were given an option that we voted on to take out to the community for consultation. Now that CBD master plan and CBD footpath and PW bay design, upon which we voted and thereby today recommending to this council, was a design that's been entitled option 1. So option 1 includes putting the pergola thing, shade shelter, in the middle of the road, and putting the pedestrian refuges in front of the bakery. So that would all be in front of the bakery. That was option 1. That's what was recommended at the standing committee meeting. That's what we voted on. Since then, though, I've received documents from our infrastructure group that there is in fact an option 2 and an option 3. And option 2 is basically the similar design, but moving all that down in front of the hotel and the Les Muller Park. So we still have the shade shelter in the middle of the road, we still have the pedestrian refuges, but we move all that from the bakery further down Colson Street so that it's actually in front of the hotel as such. Then we've got a third one, which is entitled here option 3. And option 3 has the complete removal of the shade shelter and has the pedestrian refuges still down in front of the hotel but without the shade shelter. So basically what we have is we have gardens through the centre of town. We have a little bit extra parking, I think probably an extra 2 parks because we don't have the shade shelter. In all 3 documents, though, we have the loss of 2 car parks in front of between the hardware store and the bakery for a PWD, and across the road we have a loss of 2 car parks in front of Main Street Realty and the little hairdressing salon. So they're directly in front of those 2 businesses, and the ones on the northern side of Colson Street, as I said, are between the hardware store and the bakery. There's 2 parks there. So there'll be a loss of those 4 parks to gain the 2 PWDs. At the moment, from what I've observed, and I spend a lot of time in Blackbutt, probably spend more time in Blackbutt than any town, and again because I love the pies, but I've got to say, a lot of the disabled people I see actually park around Hart Street. I'm not sure if there's a park at the moment there, General Manager, but they park there because you can get easily onto the path and into the disabled toilet, which is on that Hart Street side of town. Because if they park up near the bakery, they've got to then go down around the corner to the toilets. So they seem to go there, go to the toilet and then come up the street. So I'm pleased to hear, General Manager, that you're going to re-look at that PW parking, because I think in the community consultation I'd like to see that we consult the people living with disabilities. There's a number of people down in Blackbutt. I'd like to hear their views about where do they think it's best to have the disabled parking rather than us making assumptions. So that'd be great to see. I do note that in the emails that Councillor Jones has got, and he's got 9 in total now from the community business houses, and a text from the bakery owner indicating that option 3 is what they want. But option 3 isn't what we voted on, Council, at the committee meeting. That was option 1. Option 3 is a different plan that the community are now supporting. And when I put those 3 plans up in that hall the other day, and I would suggest that there was 100 people, not 50 people, 90% of those people put their hand up on option 3. Now the businesses are saying they also want option 3. So it seems to me that, I don't know if the divide in the committee is that great at all. I think perhaps more that they actually want option 3. They don't want the shade shelter. Having said that though, there is an issue with the pavers, I do feel, and I won't go around on about it today, but I went across those pavers again on Monday, and I looked at and I compared them to the pavers we've got in Memorial Park when I was at Anzac Day on Sunday. They're exactly the same pavers. And those Memorial Park pavers, they're as smooth as one thing, they're as smooth as this ground here. We had disabled people, a fellow with a cane walking around there. I saw people on wheelchairs. I saw no restriction to mobility, as some councillors are indicating, on the pavers at Memorial Park, and they're exactly the same. All our pathways at Memorial Park, the whole area in front of the memorial is all the exact same pavers we've got in Blackbutt. I then walked around Blackbutt on Monday morning, and I'm sorry, I couldn't find a trip hazard on one paver. I couldn't find a paver that had moved. Couldn't find a paver that was broken. I walked across the other side of town. The concrete slabs are in a mess. There is, I think, more trip hazards on the concrete across the other side of the road than there is on north side of Colston Street. I'm just giving it to you honestly. That's what I experienced on Monday morning when I walked over that for a good hour, and I talked to people with disabilities, I talked to people, tourists, and I said, what do you think about this pavers? And they said, oh, we love them. I said, do you think there's any trip hazards? They said, no, we can't see a problem with them. I'm not trying to talk it down. I'm just saying, council, just beware of that. That's my personal view. I just want to be honest. That's what I saw. Fully supportive of the project. But I am concerned that about $1.95 million, that if we lock it in here, I am concerned about where the money comes from the Wondai Industrial Estate moving forward. Look, I know I am concerned that I would like to see us take the right version of the plan out to the community. I don't want to take out version 1 if they're saying they want version 3, and then I think that's going to embarrass council, quite frankly. So I think we need to be clear here on what we're resolving at this meeting. Because what I'm hearing is option 3. And I would like to see us do more consultation around do you want concrete or do you want pavers? Can I honestly say, and I congratulate everyone on the work you did in Mergen, but I hope I'm getting in trouble with the media here. I'm a little bit disappointed, actually, in the Mergen footpath in terms of the way that it handles grease and stains. Mergen's my hometown, you know, I go down there to see my parents, and I walk down the street and there's chocolate milk and there's chicken bones and the grease. And the concrete seems to somehow, even with the seal, hold that stain. But then when I go out to the pie shop in Blackbutt and I walk down, I don't see that on the pavers. And I don't know why. There's probably a technical answer for that, whether pavers are more resistant. But the concrete in Mergen, I'm really worried that the Blackbutt, the beautiful footpaths in Blackbutt, if we put down that coloured concrete, that we're going to have a lot of staining issues and provide more cost in cleaning. We're going to have upset businesses because of that. I just hope we get that right. And I'm just raising these issues. I hope we get that right so we don't end up with the problems we've now got in Mergen. I hope we don't take the pavers up and then be disappointed that we lost a lovely feature that people actually liked. I'd like to see us consult, be prepared and have an open mind to say to the people, would you like pavers or would you like to do some stamped concrete across the other side that looks similar to the pavers? Can we just at least have that conversation with the community and not make assumptions that we know what's best, but let's hear from them. So look, I'd put that out there. But I guess GM, I'd also like to know, what first for me, 3 things. Number 1, what are we resolving today we're going to take out to the community? Number 2, are we prepared to open up the conversation around the pavers? And number 3, can we please consult the disabled people and the shopkeepers about where is the best location for disability parking? They're my 3 big concerns. And can we please do our absolute best to fast track the work that needs to happen? I'd like council's support on that, to fast track what's going to happen down at Wondai, because I am worried at the moment about the impact on that business and the potential loss of jobs. And I don't want to fearmonger. I'm just articulating what I'm hearing from the management of Parkside. And there are other businesses there that if DTMR decide to put their foot down, they can pretty well shut those places up overnight. And they are looking at it and they are watching it. So I am concerned about that. Anyway, I've had my say. I've probably taken too long. I'll go back to Councillor Potter. I think Councillor Jones should also have a right to speak. So Councillor Jones, might go back to you, and then Councillor Potter, we can wrap this up. You'll pass it on to councillor Jones. Thank you, councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I want to acknowledge the comments that you've made, and just to elaborate a little bit longer on that. The lady at the bakery initially was thinking that she didn't like the coloured concrete proposal, and she wanted to keep her pavers. The reason her pavers look so good in front of the bakery is that she cleans them nearly every day, and that's probably a bonus compared to what we get in Mergen at the minute. So she's since moved forward. We've had a number of conversations. I think she spoke to General Manager Meehan and a couple of the designers on the night of the consultation down in Blackbutt, and from that night on she was supportive of the stenciled or stamped concrete look, so that we get uniformity on both sides of the street. That's what that's about. The conversation around the disabled parks, the townspeople, the business people that are affected mostly by it, you know, to try, well, not affected mostly, but should know what's needed there. They're more than happy to negotiate and talk. That all those conversations, and the with the option 3 without the shade shelter, what they want is a little roof shelter type thing over the walkway on that proposal between the toilets and the hotel, so over the middle bit, with a seat there in case it's raining or something like that. That's one of the suggestions. So community consultation by all means, and talk to everybody, and that's always been my approach and understanding that this would go back. We just needed to endorse the budget so that we know what it is, and then we can really put our plan together and work on that. Your comments around the Bondi Industrial Estate, that's my portfolio, so I'm 100% committed, and great to hear that you're committed to it as well, and I'm sure that we can come up with other options. I'll just put this out there. We have another fund, Works for Queensland. We have 3 million in infrastructure, and I know that's been penned. Is that an option to take? We could take away the LRCI funding for that and maybe move that Bondi Industrial Estate across to the Works for Queensland out of infrastructure. Just putting that out there as an option.
Councillor Jones, you just said that's your portfolio, and you're well invested in the Wandi thing. Have you had conversations with anyone at Parkside over the last week?
Not in the last week.
So as the portfolio holder, you're not across the extent of the issues that I'd seen down there? Fair to say?
No, I challenge that, Mr Mayor, because I've been down there a number of times. We've walked right through the industrial estate with the staff. I know exactly what the problems are.
With all due respect, but
yeah,
were you aware that that's not B-double approved, that whole area?
No, not
this problem's going to come up for those businesses. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just, with all due respect, I just want to make sure that you're aware of the seriousness of the issue we're facing at Wandi.
I'm fully aware of it. That's why I thought it was a priority for us, and that's why I was pushing to at least a minimum of 900,000.
Yes.
So happy to work and whatever we need to do to come up with a solution.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks very much, Councillor Jones. Much appreciated. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We're talking about two issues here today, so I just wanted to bring up that I've actually spoken to one of the B-double drivers with regards to Parkside. He's put an application through council, same as the other gentleman did as well. He's just waiting to hear back from council with regards to that. And I know that we were told that the trucks, even to get to the main road side, apparently the two officers didn't actually talk. Toowoomba and Maryborough weren't talking to each other, so the trucks can actually go to the main roads centre without actually breaking down, because that's what Maryborough, I think, had put into place before Toowoomba took over, is what I was told yesterday when I spoke to this gentleman. With regards to the Blackbutt as well, I do take your points on board with regards to the pavers. My mother used to always say, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I probably do agree with that type of thing. And but I'm sure the consultation with the community, the design and everything like that, that'll probably come to the forefront then. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Taking my second opportunity to speak, I think, look, I'm happy. Coming to vote to this, I'm hearing that the community, including all the businesses that Councillor Jones met with on Thursday night, want us to take out option 3 for consultation, which doesn't include that shade shelter in the middle of the road that you talk about, Councillor Jones. So I'm still a bit confused as to what I'm voting on here. GM, are we voting on taking out option 1, option 2. What you suggested, Councillor Jones, is option 2, but in all those letters you've got, everyone talks about option 3. Option 3 doesn't include the shade shelter. So I'd like some clarity around that, because those letters all say option 3, and none of them talk about having a shade shelter in the middle of the road where we would lose 2 parks. That's the first thing. And secondly, I'm happy to support item 1. I'm really uncomfortable with item 2, I'm sorry. I believe that we should do our design work first. We consult, we design and cost, and then we approve budget. I feel as though we're putting the money up front and then we're saying we'll go and design something inside that budget. And I am concerned, absolutely want to see Blackbutt. I'd be happy to spend $2 million in Blackbutt if we had the money, but I am concerned about where our cash balance is at, and I am concerned about the fact that, yes, we've got $5 million from the Queensland government. That's got to do us over 3 years, and we've got some massive capital projects across this region that need doing. $5 million isn't a lot of money, and who knows where Wondai is going to go in terms of how many $1 million that could cost to rehabilitate that. So I am very concerned about locking into $1.3 million until we actually know what the community wants and what we're going to give them for it. Anyway, that's just my view. Look, happy to give other councillors a chance to comment before we wrap up, but GM, you've got your light on. Did you want to comment on that? I mean, I'd just like clarity. On item 1, what are we voting on? Which plan does the community want us to take out? Because I'm hearing it's option 3.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, if I may, probably take advice from the CEO. If council wanted to, you could actually release all 3 options for feedback, because the concept would be what we come back with won't match all 3 based on the feedback. We'll come back with a hybrid. So just whether the council wanted to release options 1, 2 and 3 for the Blackbutt Master Plan CBD. And then
thanks,
that way,
GM. I'd be much more comfortable with that.
that covers us, Mayor. So that's, yep.
Councillor Schumacher?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just had a couple of questions based on the discussion that we've had. The first one, just in relation to the LRCI funding, we have to spend that funding by the 31st of December this year. Is that true and correct?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, that is correct. What we would do if it was assigned to this project is we would delegate the project into stages, so that we would allocate, say, maybe the southern side and the parks fits under LRCI, and council would remain on the other part. So if we weren't finished construction, it would be a stage project.
So we would spend the funding first to enable us and then hold on to our CapEx
Absolutely.
until we had to spend it. So,
Yep.
And in terms of, another question, sorry, Mr Mayor, in terms of the work that's been done in terms of bringing the 750 budget, this whole budget forward, can you please explain how this project has been costed?
As far as the estimate goes?
Yeah. As far as the process, yes, because we've got the designs for consultation, and I understand you have to start with something.
Yep.
It was my understanding, though, that when council first allocated the $500,000 from CapEx, we were just talking about fixing some of the footpath, and then this project has grown into something much better, because I can see we can leverage those funds in a different way and get better outcomes for the community. So I applaud that. But I was just trying to understand what's the process you've gone through in terms of determining the $1.3 million that you need today.
Yeah, so through Mr Mayor, just to answer the councillor's question, so just back to the report, what we did in the Standing Committee report was identify the 2 options that were there for the 550 and the 1.3. In reality, the 550 was the nominal budget provided to the project to basically go through and freshen up. But as we've gone through and developed the project, similar to the other towns that we've done in obviously in Mergen, the medians, and also in line with the corporate plan, we've gone through and developed up what we believe is a much more project that fits in with the organisation's ambitions. And with that, we've just come through to basically say, well, this is what you can do with that. Our original option wasn't to extend into the park, so Les Muller has probably been added on with the priorities with that. What we've also looked at is what sort of options can we do around the footpath as well, so different treatments. One of the ones we will be looking at is stamped concrete in line with either put an effect in there like a paver or a cobblestone, or we actually looked at one last week, but we can actually mirror timber into the footpath. So basically, it's what you know. To be honest, we've gone through and costed it properly now based on the design that we've got, and basically presented options to council. So I'm hoping that does answer your question, that the original 550 is a nominal budget and this is now a design budget based on what you want to do. You do always have the option if you went with the 550 to scale the project back, but we've come back with a design which is keeping in line with what we've done to be consistent across other projects, and hearing council's priority over the last 12 months around that southern gateway to make the project worth what it's supposed to be worth, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
I can definitely see it ticks, you know, in terms of our corporate plan, what you've done, you've followed the council's strategic vision for our region, and I think you've delivered on a number of aspects of our corporate plan. If we were, I'm just saying hypothetically, that extra 750,000, so you've confirmed that based on the designs that you've put forward here, and if those designs change based on community consultation, then the budget will potentially change as well. Am I fair in thinking this way?
Yeah, so through Mr Mayor, if may, is if we similar, we'll get a budget of 1.3. We think the 1.3 is at the moment, based on the 3 nominations we've put out, will be in that vicinity. Obviously, we've scoped on that. If there was to be a change, again, by bringing the final design back, say if you wanted to go for a different treatment on the footpath because you think that's looks better, then it would be up to council to either stage something back off on there. So you might reduce your flowers, or you might reduce works in the park or something like that. At the end of the day, it'll be up to council to decide what fits inside the 1.3, but we will work to that scope based on the concepts that we have there at the moment.
So what is your time frame for the full scope for the design?
Going forward from here, once we get a resolution from council, we would like to move into public consultation, again through the portfolio and the divisional councillor, to go and receive feedback. Based on that, what we would do is, I think it would be best, based on our public consultations, that we release the 3 plans on our website and invite feedback on the design based on what we've done in other projects. Probably, given that we've already had some community consultation and there's been large consultation with the business owners, we'd like to see that open for 10 to 21 days. With that, we'd like to really be back in front of council by the June standing committee, which would be the first week in June. Obviously, the May standing committee is next week. In line what we've done with other projects, we've taken 2 to 3 weeks to seek feedback. We are already costing options based on what we saw the other night. It's just a matter of putting that proposal back through to council, and also probably getting some feedback from those businesses directly. What we've seen in the past is Councillor Duff has gone door to door in Mergen, and it's worked quite well, and I believe the council is doing the same model consistent with that.
So are we allocating funding without a full costing? And you can't do the full costing until the design has been decided?
Yeah, so we have a design cost for that now based on what I've sent out to council based on the 3 options.
Okay.
What we would do similar to this is, if we were to change a treatment, we would bring back a revised estimate. So if you change the treatment, it's going to cost you an extra $30 a square metre on a footpath, we would give council option to stage something else off to fit in line with that. So what we're doing here is consistent with what we've done with other budgets. Again, I would actually say we're further down the road because we have a detailed design on the table. Now we're looking for treatments that we can give council options to make a decision on based on its budget. At the end of the day, if council nominates 1.3, we will present a schedule that matches 1.3. And if works were to be staged off for different reasons, such as if there was works to come off in the park, or you delayed the footpath works in the park and you did them as a later stage, as a compromise, that'll be a decision for council to make. So we would treat that exactly as Wandai Industrial Estate. We put a nomination through based on what we believe is a concept, design and an estimate at this stage. It's exactly the same concept as allocating money to those projects, if that makes sense.
Look, thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions, get the additional information. I agree, I'm fully supportive of the intent. I think the work has been done. I'm probably reluctant to release all 3 plans. I would rather see us because the Mayor has already gone, Councillor Jones has already gone and had discussions with the community, I think it's important that we as a council show that we're actually listening. So I'd probably rather see us actually incorporate some of the feedback that we've gotten into a rehashed design to take out, so we don't end up beaten once again. I don't want to see that for this project. And probably just, if we were to go forward, I think it's really important that Councillor Duff, being Parks and Gardens, and that we have got such a livability and lifestyle focus on this, that she is a part of the consultation and the work that happens in Blackbutt around the project. I'm probably just worried about, actually, after the information that you've given about allocating a budget and then building a project to fill that budget. And I just want to understand, is the budget that you've allocated here, I was of the understanding that the work had been done, and we were of the belief and understanding that $750,000 was the funding that was needed to complete the work to the designs that were presented. If you could confirm that for me, that's probably when I'm thinking.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, probably apologies, I think I've misunderstood your question first up. Yes, you are right. So there is an estimate behind, all three options have an estimate behind them. My suggestion was, if there was, based on the feedback, that we were to change a treatment such as a surfacing type, and then that went to, say, 1.35 million, we would come back with an option for council to bring that back within the 1.3 based on the feedback. So yes, there is a detailed, apologies, I think I've misunderstood. There is a detailed, so there is an estimate in behind the project. So the project is actually getting ready for construction stage. What, based on the feedback, was if we were to move the PWD down or you change the concrete surface, we would be looking, and that pushed you into over the estimate, we would have an option to drop the footpath in the park to cover that balance, if that makes sense. So, yeah, so from a confidence point of view, yeah, you're pre-construction stage now. We're waiting to finalise design so we can bring it in. So yeah, this would be advanced of any other nominated budget projects that we have, if that makes sense. Sorry, Councillor, does that clear that up for you?
Yes, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're at pre-construction stage. You have done the costing and
That's
the
right.
estimate based on the designs that we have seen, the three designs, which all have very similar aspects in terms of greenery, planter boxes, basic infrastructure, footpaths. I do agree with the Mayor and Councillor Potter with those pavers. If there is a strong sentiment around the community, if there is a way that we can reuse or recycle or upcycle something that's not broken, I think we need to consider that, absolutely. But I just wanted to be sure, so the budget that you're putting before us, 1.3 million, will deliver the project, and the three design aspects that we've been given, whilst they will change aesthetically, the core infrastructure need has been costed and has been costed at the 1.3.
That's right, Councillor, and that's in the email that I sent with the options. There's an attached detailed estimate attached to option 2 was put in there. In discussions with the design office is that the intent would be all three to fit in there. Obviously, like any other project, if something was to change, then we would report back to council and say why. So there's a detailed estimate in behind. Yeah, so all three are large. They're actually, all three designs are very, very similar. A lot of that is to do with layout and moving gardens from the road parking and then looking to put planters on the footpath. So I think there's some opportunity here for us. Just with the pavers, one of the options that we are looking at is a stamped concrete option. So the guys are currently, based on the feedback the other night, one of the options we're looking at is to reduce or remove the shelter in the middle of the road to save money, and look to bring the PWD down towards the park. I think there's a need for that consultation with the community around the location of that. The feedback we got the other night was that the PWD was not against having it in Colson Street, but it was just to bring it down towards where it might be more use to the park or more centrally located to the park, particularly in access to the toilets. If there's a change of cost on the treatment, so we're looking at it currently to stamp in a stencil treatment to put in stones or timber or pavers into the footpath. That's where we'll come back and just confirm what that cost will be, and that will be reported to council in line with the adopted design, so that the estimate and the design is adopted together but we will be, the scope that we will present will be to fit inside the 1.3 unless council says to increase the scope above that amount at that time. So you'll have full budget control of your 1.3, if that makes sense. I'm hoping I've answered that properly this time for you.
Thank you, and thank you to the Chamber and Mr Mayor for the additional time to clarify that. I feel much more comfortable now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Schumacher. You've provided some further information there, General Manager. I've got the costing here that you talk about in relation to option 2. Now, that includes concrete footpath, 250,000, plus another 24,000, plus another plus the removal of the pavers, which is 32,000. So that's 300,000 there. But at this point, and it also includes option 2, the construction of the pedestrian refuge, which you cite there in item 2, Carlson Street Refuge, within the 750,000. However, what I'm hearing from the community, that option 3 is the one that we're hearing overwhelmingly, option 3. Councillor Jones has heard that, I've heard that, everyone bar Councillor Potter that was there the other night heard all the hands go up, we want option 3. But option 3 doesn't include the Carlton Street Refuge, which is in these costings. In addition to that, the ripping up of the pavers may not happen. The coloured concrete may not happen. I can't help but feel here that we're putting the cart before the horse. We're putting up a figure of $1.3 million on a design that's been costed, and a design that may well, in fact, it looks highly likely will not be adopted by the community, endorsed by the community, being option 2. I haven't had anyone say at this point that they support option 2, including in all the emails I've seen from Councillor Jones, from all the business people, they want option 3. Option 3 doesn't include the Carlton Street Refuge, yet it's included in these costings. It doesn't necessarily include the ripping up of the pavers, which is included in the costings. It doesn't necessarily include all the concrete works on Colson Street North, which is included in these costings. Now, if this comes at $1 million, not $1 million, 1.3, and the community are happy, well, that's a win for everybody. I'm not prepared to simply stick my finger in the wind and go, it feels like 1.3, let's run with 1.3, when there's a lot of community consultation to happen. I would feel that a better process is to take out a design that we feel the majority of the community want, particularly the shopkeepers, which I believe is option 3. Take that out, consult that to the community, tweak it and change it and find out what they want to add it or removed, then go and put a detailed design together, cost it properly, down to the nearest couple of $1,000s, and then come back to this council and say, this is what it's going to cost to deliver this project. It's been properly consulted in accordance with our community engagement policy. It's been properly designed and costed, and here, council, you can make an evidence-based, informed decision. I'm concerned that if I was sitting in a company and a board of directors, I don't know that they would do it this way, the way that we're proposing to do it. I would think that they would want the information in front of them to be able to say, okay, you've worked out what needs to be done, you've designed it, you've costed it, here are directors, make a decision on the application of the funding. To me, that is good governance. That is responsible financial management. That is what you do when you are being careful with each and every cent of your ratepayers' money. I know this is federal funding, but it's also coming from CapEx. I don't want to be the naysayer here, but I don't think what I'm proposing is going to stop the project. It's actually to get a better outcome and get value for money for the ratepayers of Blackbutt and everywhere. And I want to make sure that moving forward, I can hold my hand on my heart and say to the community, we did our due diligence. We went out to the community, we found out what they wanted, we then went and designed and costed it, and we delivered a budget, and we got the job done on time within budget by the 31 December deadline, and it's a win-win for everyone. What I don't want to happen is that we just pluck a figure out of the air. Well, that's not fair to say. That we just say 1.3 on a design that I'm feeling the community aren't even supporting at this stage. And for that reason, look, I'm happy to support a motion that we take out option 3 to the community, because that's what they're all saying they want, and we consult on that. But I'm not prepared to support $1.3 million when I know how much we've got on our plate in terms of future capital expenditure. And until it's been properly consulted and designed, I'm sorry, I just can't bring myself to do that. So I'll be voting against what's on the table at this point in time. Okay, so, look, Councillor Shoemaker, look, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, could I move I think we've had a great conversation here today. I'm wondering, could I move a procedural motion to leave the matter lay on the table for the next Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting so that we can workshop the costings and the proposed changes to the plan? Is that an option with the current funding?
It is an option. The procedural motion, if it was seconded, would just be dealt with whether it lay on the table. There's two aspects that you will have. The LRCI, there's a separate report in the council coming towards for the allocation of that funding. So there will need to be something done with LRCI today. So that would be.
Does LRCI have to be dealt with today? Do we have to nominate the projects today?
I would, depending on where this goes, I would have to check that over lunch. I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Maybe could I move a motion to adjourn until after lunch, Mr. Mayor, when we can have that information? Because I certainly understand the situation. I don't want to see our council does do due diligence. Let's get that additional information and come back, have a discussion about how we decide, where we decide to land on this one. So if I can move a procedural motion to adjourn for lunch.
Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, do we have a seconder for that? Adjourn for lunch. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we'll now break for lunch and suggest that we resume at 2 p.m. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just move a motion to reopen the meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried. Meeting reopened at 2:09 p.m. Okay, we'll resume the debate in relation to item 10.1, CBD footpath at Blackbutt. And we got to the point where there was some, I think, some uncertainty about which plans should be taken out for consultation, and also some debate around the allocation of the funding. So does any councillor wish to speak first? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. CEO, you go.
Sorry, Councillor Jones, did you want the question answered about the deadlines first?
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be extremely quick. So the agreements are all signed over, the paperwork's in place, all we're waiting on is the projects to be submitted. We have got till July to get the projects in, but the projects must be completed by 31st December. So my recommendation is to the Mayor that we wouldn't want to be anywhere past 30 June getting this stuff submitted. So if that answers the question. So yeah, so July is the actual deadline for there is a date in July for the deadline for the projects, but they must be completed by 31st December.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would, after thinking over lunch and not having lunch actually, not in the mood to eat, but I would like to move an amendment to the recommendation or the resolution, if that's okay. That council release option 3, the master plan option 3 to the CBD footpath, all that sort of stuff. Leave option 2 there, and number 3 and added to it, final decision and final design and scope to come back to council for endorsement.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. So we'll take that as an amendment to the resolution, and we'll just get Linnell to put that amendment up on the screen so councillors can consider that. No, you're right, Linnell. Take your time. We'll get this right. Okay, thanks, Danil. So we've got that as presented there, 1 and 2 and item 3 further down. So councillor Jones has moved that amendment. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Froloff, Mr. CEO, do we debate that or is it procedural? We can debate that? Okay. Those that wish to speak in favour or against the amended motion? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Mayor. I'll just put this up. This enables the council to have the final say. Obviously, the designs and all that sort of stuff, we go back with the 1.3 million. If it comes back more, it comes back less, the council then have the final say on the design and the scope come back to council. So I think that's a fair thing. So I put that forward and I've got no more to say. Ready for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Other councillors on the amendment? Councillor Duff, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still am on councillor, supporting what councillor Shoemaker said about waiting, like taking it out to the community, seeing what the scope of work is going to be, get it costed, and then come back to council with the costing rather than allocating money that we don't know whether it's that amount or it could be half that or it could be twice that amount. We've got time, and that would also give us time to see where we land with the Wandai Industrial Estate as well. So I'm not supporting this resolution in its current state. Thank you.
Other councillors? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question in relation for GMN. So if we allocate the fund, and firstly, could I apologise? It's GMN's birthday. So happy birthday, GMN. Sorry that we're dragging you through this conversation. Can I just ask, in terms of allocating the funding, if we allocate this funding today and then you bring the draft scope back to council, so the scope that's already done has informed us that option 1 to 3 will cost 1.3 million, and you're going to revisit the design and come back to council with the actual full scoped budget once the design has been approved by the community in the consultation phase. So I'm probably just struggling to understand. If you could clarify that, that would be great.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So to answer the councillor's question, what we'll do is seek feedback from the community. Based on some of the feedback we've already received, we'll start developing up a design for council's consideration. That design will come to council with works to fit inside the 1.3 million. And that way, if there's an increase in costs for different elements, council may choose to take a different staging approach, such as you may use normal concrete in the park or something like that, or so we'll come back with a scope that fits inside the project based on the design that we have now. From a costing point of view, like probably on my previous comments, we've costed all 3 options at the moment with inside the 1.3. If we come back and the community wants stamped concrete or something like that, what we'll do is we'll come back with costing options to sit inside the 1.3. And then ultimately, with the final design, you can choose to make whatever decisions you wish at that point in time, if that makes sense. So you may want to release the final design for final feedback if you want. It'll be in council's hands. So we handle it like every other project. Does that answer your question, council?
Yes, thank you. I think based on the information, the discussion that's been had today, I'm happy to support this option, being that we know the project will fit. The project has been scoped and is budgeted for 1.3 million, and the design, the opportunity to go to the community, work with the community through the design and come back. I think if we set the budget, it's a responsible thing to do, in my opinion, because if we leave that open-ended, I would be concerned that it may actually exceed what we've set. So at least we've set some provisions around, we don't want the project to, we can't afford for this project to be any more than the $1.3 million. That's the budget and the discussion that we've had using the CapEx and the LRC funding that we have available. So that being the case, I am supportive. I can see there's been a lot of groundwork that's been done. If we set the budget of 1.3, that is the budget. And as always, you know, I certainly will be holding council to account when it comes to that budget. So I can see that we've got the right information there, and I certainly don't want to hold it up. To deliver it by the 31st of December is already probably pretty ambitious. So I'm supportive of this recommendation.
Yeah, look, I'm going to have to disagree with you, councillor. I don't think we have got the right information. I think that option 3 hasn't been costed. What I've got here, the costing that's done is on option 2. And option 2 includes the pergola in the centre of the street. It includes ripping up all the pavers. It includes reconcreting Colson Street North. That to me isn't $5,000 or $10,000 difference or a $50,000 difference. That's a significant amount of money. I'm not prepared to support writing out a cheque for $1.3 million because I think that's putting the cart before the horse. I think the proper process would be to consult option 3. I happily support releasing option 3 because, as thank you, Councillor Jones, that's what I'm clearly hearing from the community that they want us to release. And I fully support the final design and scope coming back to council for endorsement and approval of the appropriate level of funding. But, you know, if we say 1.3, are we just going to make it fit 1.3, or are we going to come back and say, no, it was actually only 1.1 because we're now not going to rip up the pavers, we're now not going to do the footpath, we're now not doing the shelter. Option 3 doesn't even include the shelter, but it's costed in there. So to me, even technically, to say that we're going to release option 3, but then we're going to fund Colson Street Refuge, which isn't even in option 3, option 2 contradicts, point 2 contradicts point 1. So I'm still feeling uncomfortable that this, if this is the process by which our council is going to continue to make financial decisions, I'm concerned, because I believe that we should consult, cost, approve, not, and when we consult, it should be in accordance with our community engagement policy, which sets down those very clear guidelines that say that, you know, if it's going to impact on the community at a certain level, we need to consult at that level. And as I said at the Steering Committee meeting, I'm not satisfied that we had consulted that level sufficiently to be able to tick off on that community engagement policy. I think we need to do a lot more work on consulting the community. That may only take a couple of weeks, and then we scope it and design it, and we bring it back. And to me, the endorsement should go hand in hand with the budget. Otherwise, I'm just not sure what I'm approving here on $1.3 million. So absolutely, 1 and 2, $1.3 million. Option 3, from what I can see here on this costing sheet, isn't $1.3 million. I'm sorry, because it includes infrastructure that the community is saying in option 3 they don't necessarily want, and they may not even want the pavers ripped up. And there's a significant cost in ripping up the pavers and replacing it with concrete. So, you know, if we can save a couple of $100,000 and still get a great outcome for the community, I'd prefer to wait and do that. And I don't think it's going to slow things down because the final design and scope still has to come back to council. I don't know what we achieved today by locking ourselves into $1.3 million. I can't see how that's going to slow down getting approval documents to the federal government by 30 June. I really, really can't. Because it's got to come back for approval anyway before then. So I don't know why we just wouldn't do the approval of the funding when the design and scope comes back. To me, that is a much better process. That to me is a more sophisticated, intelligent way to manage our money. And for that reason, 1 and 2, absolutely, I can't support this with item 2 in there. I'm sorry to say. That's my view. Other councillors? Councillor Henson, sorry.
Mayor. Yeah, look, General Manager Meehan, this project with final design and scope is very much shovel ready. Is that correct?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So from our point of view, we've done as much detailed design as we can to go to public consultation. we've got a detailed estimate behind it. We would just be looking to finalise that in line with the community consultation. So once we do that, we would be ready to start construction.
Thank you. That being said, and the funding is there from capital along with LRCI, and it's final design and scope to come back to council for endorsement. So as you've stated, Mayor, that if there's not things that are done within that design of the third design, that would just cut that project from 1.3 back. So we would be saving, and that money's could go to other things. It's not as though that 1.3 is an absolute given. The scope work is what the community consultation is all about. So we go back to the community and they don't want this and they don't want that. I'm confident that the 1.3 is the top of with the work that's been done there and with the designs that have been put on the table to the people, and certainly conversations I've had with some people down there, they're pretty excited about something major happening to their time, and as Councillor Shoemaker's alluded to, and Councillor Duff, you certainly don't get 100% support of anything we're going to table. So I'm supportive of this amendment with what I've just said in mind, and shovel ready, the funding's there. I believe that's not going to have any impact on our budget if the funding is already there with capital and LRCI. Money's there for it, and I'm pretty confident that with, as the Mayor stated, if they don't want things there, it's going to be put a line through this and put a line through that, which will come in under that. The funds then can be allocated to something else. So I'm supportive of that motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Henson. If I can just add that over lunch I returned a phone call from a message from Parkside. They are still quite concerned, General Manager. They've had no contact from any engineer at this point in time, and they are stressing. I also had a call from Queensland QPS, Queensland Peg Supplies. The General Manager called me, texted me and asked me to ring him, so I did. They have 23 employees. They have B doubles coming in. They want to know why we didn't visit them when we were down there. But that's fine. They understood that. We were busy. They have 23 people employed at their business. Some are disabled people that they've actively engaged from the community. They all live in Wondai and Mergen. So you can add that to the list of people who are going to be affected by this. I know we can say the money's there, the budget's there, but I keep on saying we've got other projects we've got to consider. If we can save $200,000 here, we might be able to put that towards Wondai. It might be an extra $200,000 to get that up to the standard we need for B doubles. I don't know. All I'm saying, there's too many uncertainties here at the moment for me to be prepared to sign a cheque for $1.3 million until we've done our proper due diligence and design and costing. And look, I'm just getting more and more information coming to hand about, I'm nervous about allocating that 1.95 million to LRCI until we fully understand what Blackbutt's going to cost, what Wondai is going to cost, and then we can look at where we go from there. And I don't think that's something that's going to take forever to resolve, particularly Blackbutt. Once we've done the consultation with the community, we can come back, make that decision. Surely we can consider that at the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting if we can get our community consultation done before them. It's only 2 weeks away, and that's resolved at the end of May. It gives our CEO a month to get the report into the government. I'm just not sure why we're rushing in and locking into $1.3 million. As I said, I didn't sign up to council to make decisions in this way. I signed up because I felt that we would make decisions in financially responsible way. And to me, we should do our detailed design before we start putting a cost on it. I'm sorry, I just can't accept any other way of doing it. I would feel it's irresponsible to do so. That's just my personal view. And I say that with all due respect to the staff and the other councillors. Thank you. So, Councillor Shoemaker, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being that we've got the information that the LRCI funding projects do not have to be locked in until July, can I propose a procedural motion to leave this lay on the table until we've had that further discussion about allocating LRCI funding, or do we have to deal with this amendment first?
Procedural resolutions are procedural resolutions, so long as they move seconded and supported off the floor, they stand. If they're not supported off the floor, well, then the debate resumes. So,
okay. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that this matter lay on the table to enable further discussions at the next Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting.
Thank you, councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, councillor Duff. So we have a procedural motion there. Councillors, those in favour? Okay, motion defeated. Those, well, if you don't vote, it takes us against. So those against? Okay, so, yep, 4-3. So motion defeated there, Linnell, 4-3. So as Mr CEO said, we come back to the original amendment. That's now in front of us. All right, so we've got to deal with this. Before we go to the vote on this amendment that's here, do we have any other speakers for or against? Councillor Shoemaker?
So I just want to confirm the $750,000 that we're proposing has been costed with the original elements, the core infrastructure elements for the designs 1 to 3. I've got that right, don't I?
But I've got to inject, I don't think you have. I don't think option 3 has been costed at $1.3 million, and I've got evidence in front of me to indicate that it hasn't been. GHAM has disclosed here today that they're costing $1.3 million is option 2, and that the community are going to likely change that, which is going to change the costing. And I believe that we should do that first before we lock into the 1.3. So that's my take on what I've heard in this room today. If I can, please correct me, GM, but you did say before that option 2 was costed at 1.3. I can see that costing here on the spreadsheet prepared by your officers, and it doesn't include the takeout of the things that are in option 3. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I see here.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the cost estimate you have in front is for option 2. I think, I'll just confirm, but I believe my email advised that from the design office that all 3 scopes would fit in the 1.3 is the options. I'm just looking for my email here, Mayor, if I may.
Well, yeah, please do, GM, because we need to clarify this. I know you keep saying we'll fit inside, but fit in, does that mean by $100 or $1,000, or does it mean $300,000? So if, again, we have the shade shelter taken out, it's not needed to be constructed. We've got saving there. If we don't rip up the footpath of the pavers, that could be, I don't know, $150,000 if we don't do that, $200,000. To me, that option 3 with possible community amendments hasn't been costed. I'm sorry, I'm yet to be convinced.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the pedestrian refuge is actually in all 3 options, I believe. The only difference on the third one is the shade shelter is missing, which is what appears to me on the plan on the legend. I had to ask the guys for a cost difference between that. They estimate that's between 15 and 20,000. The advice that's been provided to me by the design office that all 3 scopes were developed to remain inside the 1.3 million budget. If you were to leave the pavers or whatever you do in your final consultation, we would bring back the final estimate for your endorsement before we started work based on your plan. There's only small intricacies between the couple of the options, but mainly in relation to the parking is my understanding, just location of some of the different elements.
Yeah, but just saying you could bring that back with the final design and scope. Could you bring back the new budget with the final design and scope then? Could that be presented at the same time?
That was my understanding, Mayor, that we would do that.
Yep, you could do that. So then was that something we could get done by the end of May, for example, to be in a position to resolve that in June so that the CEO can get that information off to the department?
Yeah, so my understanding is, Mayor, by number 3, where you say final design and scope, that would include the estimate to come back. I believe the council asked me at the standing committee also that I would present the estimate with the design. So that's why we put that through. Yeah. So yeah, that would be the intent, to bring back the. So we would scope a project to fit inside whatever budget council gives us, and then if there's a change to that, then we would report accordingly at that meeting if that was to change. If that's what we would normally do.
You say that's what we'd normally do, GM. Is that local government process that we give a budget and then we go away and design and scope it after the budget's done? I'm sorry, you keep saying we'll work inside the 1.3, and I thank you for that. I respect it and appreciate it. But if it's going to be $300,000 less, I mean, I'd like to know before I commit to any budget allocation. And I'll keep it labouring, but is there any reason why we can't just do the budget with the final design and scope? Wouldn't that be the proper way you'd normally
Oh, it's totally up to council, Mayor. To be honest, all of your projects are pretty well set with the budget, then scope and design afterwards anyway. So your capital budget this year, unless you have detailed designs in the draw for every project, you nominate a budget based on that. So we would work to the 1.3, or we'd work to whatever budget council allocates us, and then we just present options in line with that to keep within the budget. So,
But I do understand that you're wanting to move to a process, as you said the other day, where we have more projects that are designed and costed up in a project pipeline so that we can actually make better decisions around budgeting moving forward. We're not just picking figures out of the air and saying, well, we're 400 for this and 500,000 for that, and then we try and design inside that. Anyway, I don't know, Mr. CEO. I'm just frustrated, Mr. CEO, about our process here. I'm not comfortable that it's a good process. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mayor, but we are where we are through council resolutions to this point. Now, we're in your hands as far as, again, it's difficult and certainly appreciate the frustration, but I'm not sure we can solve your questions that you're asking today. They're probably a broader question for the budget process.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Thanks, Mr. CEO. Okay, if there's no further questions, sorry, Councillor Potter.
Just want to put this out there that if this comes under budget, I think that's great, because then that extra money we can put into Parkside if we see the need to do so. But I mean, we all plan a budget, and it's, you know, even when you're at home, you plan a budget when you go shopping, and sometimes you spend more, sometimes you spend less. This is sort of shopping on a bigger scale, but I really don't see an issue if it does go under. If it does go over, big issue, yes, I agree. But if it goes under, then the extra money can be put into the Wandai Industrial Estate, and I can't see an issue with that one, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. I'm prepared to be swayed if I can be convinced that we achieve anything by leaving item 2 in at this point in time. I'm open to be convinced as to what we achieve today by committing to 1.3 million at this point in time. If someone can convince me of that, I'm prepared to be swayed. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely am supportive of this project, and I absolutely, with my whole heart, want to support it. But from the conversations that we had, I have to know what it costs, and I don't want to go round in circles with this, which I know we've done. But the words, and I mean this with all respect, fitting inside a budget don't sit morally right with me. I want the outcome, and I want to make sure the budget and the money is right. I have absolutely no worries with allocating LRCI funding. And it pains me to say this because I'm fully supportive, but I want to make sure if there is any way of, I want to be sure that what we're scoping is, and what we're designing and what we're allocating is what it costs. And I know, you know, that's probably not the way things have been done maybe previously, but it's certainly the way in which I operate. So I'm sorry, on this occasion, I'm not going to support this recommendation. I would have rather leave it lay on the table and come back and had some more robust conversations about LRCI funding. And I genuinely mean that. I really do want to see this outcome for Blackbutt. I can't, personally, I can't hang my hat on the additional funding without workshopping the costs. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, I guess this is going around in circles. If anyone wants to speak, please say so now. If not, we'll go to the vote. So we have the amendment there. Council, those in favour? Okay, those against? Okay, so the resolution has been passed 4 votes to 3, with Councillor Duff, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Otto voting against. Okay, thank you all. So now the amendments, the substantive resolution, Mr. CEO. I'm learning, thank you. Okay, so thanks, Mr. CEO. So the amendments now become the substantive resolution. So we go back and put that again forward. So does that have to be moved and seconded again, Mr. CEO? Just voted on. You're happy to go straight to the vote, council? Okay. Those in favour? Okay, those against? Okay, so the substantive resolution has now been carried, 4 votes to 3. You can copy and paste that, of course, Linnell, in terms of the for and against. Okay, very good. Thank you, councillors. Okay, now let's move on to 10.2, which is the Youngman Street medians in Kingaroy at 222. And see, we've got the report here. So this matter was discussed extensively at a Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting on the 7th of April 2021, and the committee has recommended to Council that Council adopt the design of the Youngman Street medians and that officers undertake further consultation and design works for the Wondai roundabout. Do we have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Second, thank you, Councillor Henson. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? No? Okay. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you to the staff for the work you've done in that design, and we look forward to seeing what comes forward around Wondai, with Wondai's roundabout, sorry. Okay, next item is 10.3, naming of Roy Emerson Way at 223. And the recommendation, again, has come forward from the Standing Committee meeting, where the committee recommended to Council that Council note the attached previous correspondence between Council and the Department of Transport and Main Roads and recommence engagement with the community on possible options for the naming of Roy Emerson Way. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Second, and thank you, Councillor Potter. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 10.4, Bunya Highway Road upgrade from Wondai to Krebs Bridge at 228. And again, this matter was put to the Standing Committee meeting for Infrastructure on the 7th of April, and the committee has recommended to Council that Council consider the upgrades of... Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Hang on, back to 228, I'm on 229. That Council... The officer's recommendation is that Council advocates for further works to be undertaken from Wondai to Krebs Bridge. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fryloff. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 229, page 229, we've got 10.5. I think it's Mears Road, Capital Works upgrade. And again, this went to the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting, where it was discussed and recommended that Council consider the upgrade of Mears Road in future budget and design programs as part of the Capital Works program. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fryloff. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.6, Bowie Road in Kingaroy, Barkers Creek Road at 230. And once again, matter was discussed at Standing Committee, and the committee has recommended that Council recognise Bowie Road and Kingaroy Barkers Creek Road as high priority within state-controlled roads for future advocacy. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fryloff. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.7 is the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program Phase 2 at 231. And again, this was considered by the Infrastructure Standing Committee on the 7th of April. And the committee has recommended to Council that Council submit the following projects for funding under the LRCI Program Phase 2, Blackbutt CBD, Wondai Industrial Estate Entry and Pavement Overlay, and Harris Road, Kingaroy. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers for or against on this one? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Again, I'd like to, well, I think the Blackbutt CBD one is already, it's already in there. So we're just, is it just a question, are we really only voting now on the Wondai Industrial Estate and the Harris Road, because the Blackbutt one is already, we've been already voted for that to be taken out of this funding? I just wanted clarification.
We require a resolution for the department to actually submit the project. So the other resolution is to allocate an amount out of that program to Blackbud. So we would still require a resolution to allocate funding or to allocate the programs. At the risk of being stoned, this one really could lay on the table until the other matter is finalised, because it doesn't have the values associated with it. It is just the 3 projects. Now we can submit the 3 projects and then come back and to and fro. But for the sake of allowing this to the next general, anyway, it's a thought and an offer. If not, if it goes through, we'll submit the 3 as presented, or whichever council adopts.
Yeah, thanks, Mr CEO. Councillor Duff.
I'll move a procedural motion that this lay on the table.
Okay, we've got a procedural motion. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, it's resolution has been. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Moving pretty quick, Mr Mayor. I just
Sorry, Councillor. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead. My apologies.
Just a quick question in the benefit of leaving this on the table is why are we leaving this one on the table? What's the benefit of it? Can I ask that, please?
There's no allocation of funding against the resolution. So at some point, somebody's got to allocate funding against the other two items. So for the sake of your consultation coming back for the month, as it's not we can submit the 3. We'd have to supply further information to the department down the track. It's the mechanics of it. Honestly, no position either way, but if council was of a mind until it got its funding allocation sorted out.
Thanks, Mr CEO. Councillor Jones, did you want further explanation? Are you comfortable with that, or?
Yeah, so I guess going back, no, I'm happy with that. I'm happy to support actually leaving it on the table to the next one. Yep.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, just from procedural point of view, the actual standing committee report did have the funding allocations in it.
It did, right,
Yes.
okay.
I can tell you what those amounts are if you like.
Okay, sorry, yep. We might just have to change the recommendation then, do we?
Sorry, sorry, Mark, it was in the report what the amounts were. The resolution just didn't contain the value.
We'd need allocations against them for the departmental, and this is mechanics, for the departmental resolution, we need allocation.
Yeah.
So that being the case, I think Blackbutt CBD is 750,000, Wando was 900,000, Linnell, and Harris Road was 300,000. Please correct me if that's wrong, GM.
Yeah, no, spot on there.
Yeah, thanks, Mr CEO. So we'll just get that right so we know exactly what we are laying on the table here. So that's the correct motion now. So procedural motion is to lay that on the table. We have a mover and a seconder, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Those against? Okay. Carried 6 votes to 1 with Councillor Potter voting against. Thank you all. Okay, so we'll now move on to 10.8, which is the Works for Queensland funding, 21 to 24 at page 232. And again, this was discussed at the Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting on the 7th of April. And the committee has recommended Council that Council endorse the submission of a list of nominated projects under the 21-24 Works for Queensland program for assessment by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning under the following categories. 1, open space refurbishments, $2 million, upgrade of parks and open space areas, including tree plantings, gardens, fixtures and furniture. Infrastructure upgrades equal to $1 million, footpath rehabilitation, stormwater rehabilitation, street furniture, minor landscaping improvements as part of town renewal projects in Cumbia and Wandai main streets. And 3, infrastructure upgrades, $2 million, Kingaroy water supply upgrades and enhancements to secure water supply security and cater for increased demand. And 4, community building upgrades and maintenance, $630,000 And there's a list there which includes building maintenance, refurbishments, painting and security improvements, refurbishments to include Mergen PCYC bathrooms, upgrade of public amenity buildings within Wandai parks, and minor maintenance and painting across a range of community buildings. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Henshin. A seconder? Anyone seconding? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers for or against? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a point of clarification, because I think we've all, just to the CEO, have we already submitted these projects? Because I think of because of the timelines you had to submit them. And if we change those projects now, what happens?
Okay, Councillor, we had 9th of April, the first batch went in, which was from the Standing Committee resolution, which was the 3 categories that were adopted. Subsequently, since then, we've had further, thank you for the question, because I was going to explain why they're slightly different to the 3 up the top. So the department, so we put the 3 categories in a very broad submission. The department's come back and asked for further clarification information. So given the debate and our understanding of the priorities, we're required to break it up into the 4 groupings. They were required to be submitted by last Friday. Otherwise, we would have not lost the funding, but we would have been in breach of the funding arrangements. The department will continue to come back with further information and requests. Over the 3 years, we will have variations. As we move forward, we are going to have to narrow the scope of this and define projects. So at the moment, it's working through the departmental requirements to make sure that we don't put the funding at risk and that we continue it on. But yeah, what happens into the future if we change something, we submit a variation and we get the department's approval for that variation.
Councillor Duff, you comfortable with that?
Well, yes and no. I hear what you're saying, but I'm just concerned about some of the allocations here, because I think, well, there was strong debate about whether the Kingaroy water supply was something that we should, perhaps fund in a different way, or try and advocate for funding rather than use it for Works for Queensland, because I think the intention of Works for Queensland was more for getting lots of projects and workers on the ground, and I think you yourself said it doesn't really fit with the ideal, or what Works for Queensland is funded for, what it's meant for. So just and again that, like, if we found that we needed to have money for the the Wandai Industrial Estate, it's not listed here. So I'm not really keen to vote on this as it is, because I don't actually support the allocation as is, but I just don't want to put council in a difficult situation because we've already submitted those. So yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor's already in a situation where they have to go in, and this is, I'm going to be cheeky, this is the problem of running these grant applications by committee, because we take a long time to get stuff submitted. So we're running a process to comply with all the departmental requirements. And to take your point, Kingaroy water infrastructure was very clearly articulated during that debate, and we've tried as very best we can to keep faith with that debate. Now, if we get one wrong, I mean, we have to allocate physical locations to these projects as part of the departmental requirements. At the end of the day, council will continue to debate and decide what projects it submits. But at this point in time, we're continuing and will continue to run. I can't back away from it, nor will I apologise for it. We'll continue to submit the information to the department that we require to maintain the funding. Now, as those projects continue to solidify and they get defined further and further, well, terrific, we'll submit whatever you guys adopt. But at this point in time, we're guaranteeing the funding and making sure that we've got it safe. So yeah, so no offences or intent was meant in trying to usurp or redirect funding, but it was kept in faith. Even since we submitted these last Friday, we've got another inquiry, Peter, yeah. We've got another inquiry back about water supply. They want us to define all water infrastructure and infrastructure projects. We're being asked again to continually define down into specific projects. So we will do what we need to do to make sure that the funding is secured, and we'll roll along and get your guys' guidance on what you want to submit.
Can I just say thank you, Mr. CEO? I know you and General Manager were put under pressure to get this in by 9th of April and put it through our proper democratic process in the council chamber. So that's extremely challenging in the timeframe you were given, and I just wanted to thank you and congratulate you for the work you did with General Manager and at least getting a response back so that you could secure that funding for us. Thank you. And we didn't, and I acknowledge we didn't make it easy for you because we're all debating so many different issues. So, and also with Coordinator Tracy and the Executive Support Services team. So, look, anyone else? General Manager, sorry, you wanted to add some comments?
Yeah, I just did want to add, as the CEO had alluded to, so we've put these projects and there's been backwards and forwards, and even on this infrastructure, the latest, we've got some updated wording on that the department have that we've, I suppose, negotiated with, because they certainly wouldn't accept these really broad statements which don't really mean anything, so they're trying to pin it down. So the latest wording that and so this is about at the back of eight pages of email trails backwards and forwards. So we've tried to be as broad as we can to leave options for council. But yeah, again, so infrastructure upgrades with the water, those sort of, we're looking at, is this treatment plants, is it reticulation networks, is it so? It's the final wording we've actually come up with, which looks like has been accepted by the department, is so identifying it is Kingaroy water storages to increase security, which will include construction of reservoir associated pipeworks, not necessarily committing to a particular reservoir project or thing, again trying to be open, but yeah, so that's the latest wording that we have sent in, and yeah, really it's basically trying, as the CEO said, trying to secure that funding, and based on the discussions that were held, we did have to sort of put specific projects, or at least overarching projects that we could get in the program.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. And clearly you've done all you can under the circumstances. Again, I would say that I'm not comfortable with the process that the department has given us here. To me, that's not the financial responsible way to do it. Again, I'll say that again, as I did in the last topic. But for our senior executive, have had no option but to have to get something in by a very tight deadline. So I think you've done all you can, really, under the circumstances. I would hope that in future we can see some more sophisticated processes. But it is at least encouraging to hear that there is some scope to vary these agreements in time to come if council resolves that they want to move funds around inside Works for Queensland because other priorities are identified. Is that correct, Peter, General Manager?
Yeah, that's correct. And just through you, Mr. Mayor, just to advise that this is a 3-year program. So again, the time frame is, so there is a little bit of time, and we did even talk to the department. If we did obtain a different funding source, or for a particular reason you needed to change a project, then you would have to go through the variation project. So it is a 3-year program. There's no requirement for us to deliver these over any particular time frame in that. We've put the program out that they'll all be completed by the end of the program. We haven't said ourselves that these certain ones will be done in year 1 or 2. So we've, again, just tried to submit as much flexibility in the program as we can.
Thanks, General Manager. Excuse me. Councillors, any other comments, or anyone wants to speak for or against? Councillor Potter?
Just curious, Mr. Mayor, this with the infrastructure, I know we did discuss the Kingaroy Town water supply and everything quite a bit during that conversation, but unless I'm missing something here, I cannot see anything to do with street renewals, road renewals and things like that in any of this. Have I missed it, or so there's no road renewals down on this at all? So we can't use any of this money for the Parkside?
Again, I think that would be an application for a variation, okay, if we wanted to go that way. And I would have thought that we'd have a strong case under the circumstances, in light of the economic impact. Correct me if I'm wrong, GM, but yeah. Councillor Jones, what are your thoughts?
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, just to support that, currently the LRCI funding is federal, and Works for Queensland is state government. So it gets a bit messy. So if we decide to go Works for Queensland, we'll have to come right across. So that'll loosen up 900,000 LRCI funding there. So that's the things that we've got to discuss and move forward. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones, for clarifying that. Other councillors wanted to speak? No? Okay. Look, let's put this to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll go to now 10.9, Kingaroy Transformation Project External Agencies Update at 2:34. And again, this went to the Standing Committee meeting in April and 7th of April, and the committee recommends to Council, South Bennett Regional Council, delegates to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate engagements with external agencies in relation to the Kingaroy Transformation Project. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Second, thank you, Councillor Henson. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 12.1, Flying Fox Assessment Report at 2:36. And, of course, this is an extremely important issue to the people of Blackbutt and very worthy of our time. So we did invest time in discussing this at length at the Standing Committee meeting on the 14th of April. And as such, the recommendation that's come from the committee is that Council receive the Flying Fox Roost Management Review and provide information to the community advising that currently Council will not receive approval to undertake any dispersal or other management actions as the roost contains female bats in an active stage of reproduction and with dependent young, and provide information to the community about the importance of not touching or attempting to handle bats and how to minimise risks associated with Australian bat lyssavirus and hendra and reassess the roost in August when dependent young are no longer expected to be present. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Jones. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Potter. Any speakers for or against on this? No, I think we've discussed it. But Councillor Henson, sorry, yes, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, but just quickly, August, reassess it in August. Could I just make a suggestion that somehow along the way we keep a diligent watch on what's going on with these flying foxes down in Blackbutt?
That being the case, Councillor, could we maybe change number 3 to say that Council continues to monitor the impact of the flying fox, I'd like to say infestation, to be honest, flying fox roost, and reassess. Is that sort of tick that box for you?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just, like August when it says reassess when the dependent young are no longer expected to be present, I'm not sure where they think they're going to go, but I think between now and August is a long time, and I'd like to see that monitored so that there may be some important information that we can take back to departments that may help the residents of Blackbutt deal with this problem.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Henson. I think maybe the point there is that they're no longer dependent young. I can assume after that period of time, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, does anyone suggest that you want to add anything to give it a bit more robust? We can do more for the community. I know we'd all love to be able to fix this for the community. Councillor Jones, I know, has argued passionately about the impact this is having on those residents down there. It's a terrible state of affairs. Councillor Duff, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I 100% agree. There's another motion to follow about the community consultation going back to the community. So that's where I think that we'll be able to tell the community where we're at with it. So I think that unless you wanted to include that into that first one, but it's a separate resolution.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So, yeah, 12.2 then is the management review of the Flying Fox Roost at 2:38. And, okay, let's have a look at that. So what we've got there is, again, an outcome from the committee meeting that we held at the Community Standing Committee meeting on the 14th of April. And the recommendation came from that was that Council facilitates a community meeting at Blackbutt in relation to the Flying Fox Assessment Report and invite the author from Redleaf Environment in Toowoomba to present the report to the meeting, and also invite Mr Alan Broome from Baido, federal and state departmental representatives, local member Deb Frecklington and federal member David Littleproud to attend the meeting and consider advocating to the Department of Environment and Science for an appropriate solution for the community. Do we have a mover for that? Yep, thanks, Councillor Froloff, and second to Councillor Potter. Thank you. Plenty of hands went up there because I know everyone's keen to see this happen. So speakers for or against? Councillor Duff?
I'd just like to have a date put on that so that, you know, within a certain time frame, because sometimes these things just, they drag on, and I'd just like to see that we actually address this sooner rather than later. So just wondered if what would be the CEO would think would be an appropriate timeline to get something like this happening.
Yeah, well, look, councillor, it's going to be challenging to try and get everyone together. We may not even get everybody, but that's probably part of it. I think as long as we can get the author of the report there with ourselves to explain to the community what's going on there would be great. General Manager O'May, what are your thoughts? End of May, end of June? Councillor Jones, how quickly you want to make this meeting happen?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did want to discuss this because we've actually been in contact with the authors, and one of the authors is on extended leave, but we have got one of the authors that was willing to come up. So I suppose it is just trying to get a date together. So we were actually looking at in May at having that workshop, but I suppose we were with council's endorsement would like to proceed if we can organise the authors and what suits council and then provide invitations, because if our concern is if we try orchestrate a date between all of these departments and ministers and that, then it'll be May 2023 probably before we get a common date. So if we can, we would certainly be probably looking at a May date for an initial workshop. With Redleaf and council and probably at least the Queensland Health representatives, if we can get environment and science, like the understanding that the politicians' diaries are quite full, but if we can just get a date and invite as many that can turn up for that, so probably looking at towards the end of May sometime.
That seems like a sensible approach, General Manager. If we can't get the politicians there, so be it, but at least if we can get the environmental people there and some departmental reps, we can have that community conversation sooner than later. Is Council happy to leave that with General Manager May? Seems to be well across it. So, okay, well, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Yep. Okay, next one is application under funding round 6 for the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative at 239. And, okay, so again, this went to the Community Standing Committee meeting recently, and the recommendation is that Council endorse the submission of an application for sub-project 2 of the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative round 6 for 75% of cost to purchase 1080 for fresh meat baits for the next 3 years. Do we have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Henson. Seconder, thanks, Councillor Potter. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 12.4, application to fund a feral pest coordinator under Queensland Feral Pest Initiative funding round 6 at 240. And again, from the Standing Committee, we have a recommendation that Council approach North Burnett Regional Council, Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council and Gympie Regional Council to develop a Queensland Feral Pest Initiative application to fund a regional feral pest coordinator position for 3 years to assist landholders to establish feral pest management groups and deliver education and awareness workshops regarding feral pest management techniques. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, thank you. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Potter. Any speakers for or against on this one? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Just quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot of good work going on in the South Burnett, and I'm hopeful that it's the same in the North Burnett and Cherbourg areas and councils as well. That being said, I'd like, in the event of this going forward, a pest coordinator, I think some serious consultation with those groups that are already formed would be not only beneficial to the region and our primary producers, but also to this feral pest coordinator, if this is funded and goes ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Henson, for that and for bringing that forward. Okay, so those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next one is 12.5, amendment to the Development Incentive Scheme, reduction in infrastructure charge at 241. And again, from the Standing Committee, we have a recommendation that Council approve the, just get to the recommendation. Council approve the update to the criteria and procedure for assessing and approving the reduction of infrastructure charges, addition in bold, as presented there and as discussed at the committee meeting. Do we have a mover for, and 2, approve the release of the revised forms and guidelines to support and promote the Development Incentive Scheme as presented, and 3, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power under the Planning Act 2016 Queensland to enter into an infrastructure agreement between council and the applicant, the developer, and apply the relevant discount that meets the criteria of the Development Incentive Scheme. So as presented there, council, that's a summary. Do we have a move for such? Thanks, Councillor Potter. Second, thanks, Councillor Duff. Speakers for or against? No. Okay. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, council. Next one is, sorry, Councillor Jones. Sorry, I went a bit quick there. Councillor Jones? Oh, you're voting against it. Sorry, my apologies. So, yeah, carried, 6 votes to 1 with Councillor Jones. Thank you, Lynelle, for being on the ball there. Okay, it's being a long day. Item 12.6 is a pilot project to support residential housing outcomes in Kingaroy at page 244. And again, this was discussed at our standing committee meeting. Thank you to Councillor Shoemaker for putting this forward. And I might just go to what we've got there, and you can see the resolution as presented. The council investigate and develop a pilot project that aims to support and address the current lack of housing through those initiatives that Councillor Shoemaker has presented, and that the report come to council for consideration in 21-22 operational plans. So as presented there, council, do we have a move for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to speak to your motion any further? No, you're happy with that? Yep, good. Thanks very much. Okay, councillors, if there's no speakers for or against, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 14.1, the peanut sculpture in Lyons Park, Kingaroy at 247. And again, this went to the standing committee meeting in April, where it was recommended that council approve the final proposal for a peanut sculpture and confirm its placement in Lyons Park, Kingaroy, and approve all terms and conditions of ownership, maintenance and copyright. That the peanut sculpture be named Big Peanut in recognition of the local peanut industry of Kingaroy and the South Burnett region, and that the members of the Kingaroy Needs a Peanut Committee be commended for their valuable efforts and contribution to this project. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Jones. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 14.2, new dam signage, page 248. And again, this was discussed at the standing committee meeting in length, and the recommendation coming out of that is that council support the South Burnett Tourist Park's branding design to be implemented at Boondooma Dam and Bajolki-Peterson Dam signage and promotional material, and the name on the design be changed to Boondooma Dam. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Froloff. Speakers for or against? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 14.3, the licence agreement between South Burnett Council and Department of Education in relation to Proston State School and Blackbutt State School for the Proston and Blackbutt swimming pools. We'll note that Councillor Shoemaker has left the room and has offered to stay away until such time as this matter is resolved. So it's 2:49, and again, from the Standing Committee, we have a recommendation to Council that Council enters into a licence agreement with the Department of Education for the hire of Proston and Blackbutt swimming pool facilities for a further 3 years, as per the terms and conditions of the current licence agreement. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Jones. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Froloff. Speakers for or against? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Can someone bring Councillor Shoemaker back, please? She didn't get time to even use the loo or have a cup of tea at this time. She still got herself a cup of tea. You were quick this time. So Councillor Shoemaker's rejoined the meeting. Thank you. And next item was 14.4, proposed tender for the sale of land, Lot 101 on SP 257227 and Lot 101 on SP 272806 at 250. And again, from the Standing Committee, we have a recommendation to Council that those lots be offered for sale on the open market by way of tender. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Froloff. Speakers for or against? No. Okay. Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Next one is the licence to occupy the Kingaroy for the Kingaroy Junior Cricket Association. 14.5 is the item at 251. And again, from the Standing Committee, we have a recommendation that Council enter into a licence to occupy with the Kingaroy Junior Cricket Association for Part A of Lot 89 RP 66068, with conditions including, and as it's stated there, I think, Lyndall, if we can scroll that down when you're ready, the conditions of that licence to occupy as presented on screen, A down to F. So do we have a mover for such? Mover? Yep, Councillor Duff. Oh, sorry, Councillor Potter, you've got your light on. My apologies. I'll backtrack, Councillor Duff. Go to you, Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Listen, I would like to move to lay this one on the table because there are still negotiations happening at the moment due to F to maintain the oval pitch and cricket nets for the term of the licence, which was not in the last MOU. So I would like to lay this one on the table until further negotiations have been made. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Sorry, yep. Do we have a seconder for such? Thanks, Councillor Froloff. So we've got a procedural motion. Those in favour? Those against? Up. Councillor Jones just got in time. Okay. So resolution carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Potter. The next item is the draft regional development strategy at 253, item 15.1. And of course, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for an enormous amount of work you've invested in this with staff and department. And from that, we have a recommendation that Council receive the draft 21 to 26 Regional Development Strategy and approve release of the draft for community consultation. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. And a seconder, thank you, Councillor Potter. And I'm imagining that, Councillor Shoemaker, you want to speak to this. Would you like to open up? Thank you very much.
Oh, so good. Something really good to finish our day up. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly, as I've discussed previously, I really do believe bold thinking and real action is needed to leverage our region's competitive geographic location, rich soils, diverse industry strength and emerging opportunities. Councillors and officers have spent many hours over this past year gathering the feedback that has been distilled and threaded through our draft regional development strategy, and I'd like to thank you for your contributions and the contributions of our community. Our region certainly faces some challenging population trends and demographics. However, our diverse competitive advantages and many success stories prove we can rise above these challenges. This strategy and the consultation that will follow has started a conversation on how we can share and replicate these success stories and will help us learn from the lessons of the past. Once finalised and adopted, Council's Regional Development Advisory Committee will play a key role in supporting Council to implement this strategy. Further to the strategy, a regional work plan will be developed with actions and initiatives that will aim to attract people to live in our region, create businesses and investment growth, and offer meaningful employment opportunities in the South Burnett. Certainly, the strategy is far from done. It will be a living document. It will evolve over time. In my opinion, the great thing about this strategy is it's an opportunity for this council to be really clear in our role when it comes to regional development, the growth of our region and our long-term prosperity. Talked a lot about infrastructure, and these are the key pillars that have made up our regional development strategy. It's a real focus on what we as a council can do to really create an environment conducive to growth. So I'm really proud to take this out to our community with an open mind. I look forward to the feedback. I have got a bit of a schedule going in terms of key industry leaders that the Mayor and Councillor Jones, as another member of the Regional Development Advisory Committee, will be going out to meet with to talk about our draft strategy, and certainly a draft copy will be available online for everybody to contribute to. So I think it's a big rock for us, Mr Mayor, and I'm excited about where this may just lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shoemaker, and again, thank you for the lead you've taken on dealing with what is absolutely a big rock for our region. Yeah, it's great to see the energetic and fresh approach you've brought to this, and this draft, I think, is a wonderful start to what's going to be a really I'm very confident, successful process under your leadership. So thank you. Councillor Potter, over to you.
Actually, I just want to reiterate your comments, I suppose, Mr Mayor, because working right beside Councillor Shoemaker in the office, I've seen how much work she's put into economic development or regional development, and I know she's had many sleepless nights. I know she's sat in the office until quite late sometimes, and I know her family has missed out on her quite a bit. So I would just like to congratulate her on all the work and effort she's put into making this come to fruition. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Other councillors? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, to support what Councillor Potter has said, but also just a question. How long is the consultation for? What do you have a plan with going out to consultation, and when we can be likely to see the real deal on the table?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Duff. Certainly, CEO Mark and the team will help us take that out over the next 2 months. So we'll give ourselves some time. We have got the budget preparations well and truly underway. Everyone's calendars are pretty well chockers, but we will make time over the next 2 months to gather as much feedback as we can, good quality feedback, and certainly bring the final draft to council for adoption. That's our realistic goal. Certainly, it would be my intention if I could do it tomorrow, I would, but I think it's important that we give ourselves the time to do this properly. And there will be some further graphic design work and alike maybe done to the document as well. There's a few photographs and things that we'd like to change out. Really haven't had time to concentrate on that. It's really been about concentrating on the content and the intent, and having something to start a conversation and continue a conversation. So thank you for the question.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker? Yep. Okay, councillors, we've got that in front of us. So those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay.
Mr Mayor, with
sorry,
the councillors' consent, I'd just like to acknowledge the work with the councillors. It's been a really extensive piece of work, but also our state government colleagues. Quite often the state gets barraged for a range of things, whether it is or isn't their fault. But Fiona Bowden and the Department of State Development in Bundaberg, the Bundaberg Regional Office, and I know we're not in a standing committee, but if the councillors were of a mind to endorse this sentiment, I was certainly going to write to them and thank them very much, because their efforts have been invaluable in this space. So Fiona and her team.
And I imagine if you could also, in that letter, pass on, I'm sure, thanks from Councillor Shoemaker, and in your letter as well, if you could. Thanks.
Well, as a portfolio holder, I was thinking of being a little bit bold, and if it wouldn't be, if it's, and why I wanted to raise it today, not improper for it to go under a joint signature of the council and myself.
It's a lovely touch. Thanks, Mr. CEO. Important to recognise people that have done such great work. Okay, we're now on to item 15.2, which is the Opera Queensland Regional Tour for 2021, page 255. And again, this went to a standing committee meeting in this month, and the recommendation from the committee was that South Burnett Regional Council accepts the proposal from Opera Queensland for the performance of Are You Lonesome Tonight in Kingaroy on 15 June 2021. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. And a seconder, thanks, Councillor Henson. And Councillor Potter's already got her light on, so we'll go straight to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I would just like to, this really started with a conversation Deb had on the steps of Parliament when Opera Queensland were there, and she commented to them that they weren't coming to Kingaroy and they should give me a call. So within a week and a half, this came to the standing committee last week. So I would actually like to congratulate the staff, because they made this happen so fast. It's nearly made my head spin to think that it's come to this, to this stage already where we're saying yes in council. So look, as I said, I would like to thank Deb for mentioning it to Opera Queensland, for Opera Queensland making that first phone call to me, and for the staff, Peter and GM O'May and CEO Pitt, for bringing all this together, and for you guys for voting yes.
We haven't voted yet, Councillor Potter. But yeah, pass that through to your staff, General Manager O'May. And Mr. CEO, again writing letters. I know you've got plenty to do. Would you be so kind as to draft a nice letter to go off to our local member, Deb Frecklington, for thinking so quickly on her feet and thinking about her hometown when she was down in Brisbane and getting this to happen, because without that, I dare say we wouldn't be getting the opera in Kingaroy. So it'd be lovely to acknowledge and thank Deb for that. Okay, so all right, well, let's put this to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so the next item, in fact, we have no notices of motion. So the final item, for what's been a big day, is 17.1, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report at page 257. And you have the list in front of you, Council, and the recommendation is that that list pending completion of assessment report be received. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now close the meeting at 3:24 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and participation today, and have a great rest of day.